treasure through fever days, flipping his relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the chained, for the mute, for the break, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with a thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the year. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. Now the masks come off in the war drum rain, and the liar hears his own name break. No throne survives when the people sing. No fraud outlives the dawn we False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, and the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. In the glow of 100 screens, tactical Templar draws his steel. From thumbnail banners to comment beams, he calls the scattered to the wheel. Bite, 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 the banners rise from basement desks and kitchen floors. Writers, gamers, camera eyes, all answer now with iron roars. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Tactical Templar, break their scheme. Tactical Templar, forge the dream. No broken gate, no dark decree. The creators march, and all are free. Then came the quartering, with a smear black crown spinning his rock through the halls of the feed. He poured out doubt to drag us down, and fed on panic like it was need. But the editor sharpened every frame, the streamer raised his painted blade. The podcaster lit up the name, and none of us flinched, none of us swayed. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar. the Creator's march, and all are free. Then came the quartering with the smear black crown, spinning his rot through the halls of the feed. He poured out doubt to drag us down and fed on panic like it was need. But the editor sharpened every frame, the streamer raised his painted blade. The podcaster lit up the name, and none of us flinched, none of us swayed. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Tactical Templar, break the scheme. Tactical Templar, forge the dream. No broken gates, no dark decree. The Creator's march, and all are free. Raise the shields of truth and craft, hold the torches high and true. We are more than mock and draft, we are the tide he cannot do. banners over fields of broken vows. Every whispered prayer feels lost inside the howling sound. But in the garden, earth begins to shake. The darkest kingdom feels its pillars break. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame. Call our forgotten names. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. By your wounds our debts undone, we live because you rose as one. 3-day silence, hell sings loud, it thinks it's won. Serpents feasting on the shame of what we've done. Then that boulder rolls like thunder from its track. Every curse we carry cracks and turns to burning wax. Angels shouting, steel wings scrape the sky. Hell's own citadels crumble as you rise. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame. Oh yeah, call our forgotten names. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. By your blood our chains come loose, we live because you rose. You rose. I was marching with the dead, rust on soul and rust in head. You broke ranks and took my place, hammered nails, a traded fate. Every lash, every lie laid on you so I could rise from the pit and into light, clothed in armor made for fight. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame, calling my forgotten name. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. Now we roar this battle hymn, you rose and dragged us out of
Brothers! Welcome back! It's Saturday! And thank you for the donation, Baked Buddhist, right out of the gate before the show even starts, coming in with a donation. Hello, brothers. Welcome back to the show. Man, it's so good to see you guys today. And what a show we have for you. Guys, prepare yourself. We're going to be talking about Ilhan Omar. We're going to be talking about the quartering. He's in a little bit of legal trouble. How was your weekend, everyone? We're going to be talking about Angry Joe, his Lolcow arc. Guys, listen, okay? I need you to understand something. I have been waiting for this for a long time, okay? You have no idea if you're new to the channel, if you weren't here at the very beginning, one of the first videos that I ever uploaded, years and years and years and years ago, one of the first videos was a video I did making fun of Angry Joe because of his absolutely diabolically retarded take on Battlefield 5, where he essentially came out and said that gamers were misogynistic because they didn't want bionic armed amputee women on the front line of World War II. I've been waiting for this for a long time. And thank you, Eric's Smug Butler, over on Kick with the gifted sub. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate the generosity. I appreciate the donation. Eric's Smug Butler with a gifted sub to Max and Stacker, an absolute regular of the show, or at least they used to be. Guy, thank you so much. I appreciate your support more than you can possibly know. Guys, the Kino Casino and the entertainment media chud critics, them going after Joe, this was promised to me 3,000 years ago. I was promised this. And guys, I'm going to show you something that you've not seen on the Kino Casino, because I have been paying attention to Joe for a long, long time, because this guy is the absolute worst at what he does. And if you think that the quartering is bad, listen, if you're somebody that thinks the quartering is bad, you're right. But I'm here to tell you that Angry Joe is worse than the quartering when it comes to his professional and content standards. That's right. Now, Angry Joe might not be as involved in as many grifts necessarily, but we're going to be talking about the body of work. And I'm going to show you something that for many of you is going to make you look at Angry Joe in a new light that you haven't probably heard of before. So stay tuned. If you want to see the peak of what Angry Joe actually is, I'm going to show it to you. So we have that. We're also going to be watching a video about Ilhan Omar. And then, guys, I've got a surprise for you. It's a big surprise. It's huge. Very big, very huge. I'm like, wow. I am considering, and I'm gonna run a poll on my YouTube tab right now, actually. I'm gonna run a poll on my YouTube tab. Let me make sure that I get everything correct. Okay. Should I watching Citizen? Okay, let me Vigilante on Rumble. Okay, so here's the question. Over on YouTube, I am running a poll. Should I live stream watching Citizen Vigilante on Rumble? Now, this is the movie that came out that was banned in Germany. That is a movie that goes over the issue of illegal immigration, of these migrants bringing in their foreign culture with their just completely barbaric and antithetical to the West ideals. This is a movie that I don't think that I could watch on YouTube, even though it is on Twitter for anyone to watch. I am wondering if I should do a Rumble exclusive and watch the video in its entirety with all of you. That is what is on the table here. So, unlike, and by the way, unlike DSP, okay, I'm not, guys, you haven't shown me enough support yet. You haven't donated enough for me to consider watching the movie. No, that's not what it is. You don't have to donate to get me to watch the movie. I'm asking you if you want to watch the movie with me. If you want me to do an exclusive Rumble live stream. Because I don't think I could do it on YouTube. I don't think I could do it on Twitch. It would have to be a Rumble exclusive. So, if that is something you are interested in, go on YouTube and vote, and we can see about making that happen. Guys, we are also going to be reacting to a little bit of drama, not much, a little bit of drama with Nicholas Diorio. Yeah, Nick Diorio decided to do a video on yours truly, and you know what? I watched a little bit of it. That's not too bad, but I figure for the sake of content, might as well respond, because he did say some things that I do think warrant a response. So we're going to be doing that, but that is separate to this. On YouTube, there's a poll right now, and the poll asks, should I live stream watching Citizen Vigilante on Rumble? So that is something, if you have a Rumble account, please go follow me on Rumble, and we will watch that if it gets more votes. If that's something people are interested in, I will do that. Okay? What a show we got today. Oh, and by the way, Piers Morgan has been absolutely crushed. We're going to watch that too. We're going to watch Gad Sad absolutely decimating Piers Morgan. It's brutal, but I'm here for it. Guys, I'm so glad that you're here with me today. Oh, and then to end out the show, we are going to play a video game. I don't think we're going to be playing Knights of the Old Republic, but now that I know that I can play that game, we can add it to the rotation. Okay? You haven't donated enough money for me to play Knights of the Old Republic. You gotta donate more money. All right, I can't play well. Guys, I like KOTOR, okay? I like KOTOR, but you haven't donated enough money. So how am I supposed to play KOTOR if you haven't donated? Nah, it's not the way we do things here. If I like the game and you guys like the game, I play it. I don't try to nickel and dime my audience. You know, unless it's Doyle. Doyle, I'll make an exception. Doyle, I will nickel and dime. No, I did not look at Nana, whatever that is. Not yet. I haven't done that yet. But Doyle says donate $500. Doyle, I appreciate your enthusiasm. That's not going to happen. Okay, listen. I am well aware that's not going to happen. I appreciate your enthusiasm. You know, Doyle trying to get Doyle trying to get somebody else to donate money. No, Doyle, that's perfectly okay. All right, that's fine. So, I figure first we'll go over the Angry Joe segment. All right, we'll get that out of the way. Doyle, if you type in donate $500, it doesn't actually. Doyle is typing in chat, trying to make it seem. And says, I am broke as shit, dude. Well, that's why my channel exists, because my channel's for everyone. You don't have to donate a dime. That's why I do the things that I do. All right, guys. I haven't done. No, we don't do that. Like, if I want to play KOTOR, I'll play KOTOR. I'm so effing broke. I can't afford fireworks for a minute. Well, that's really sad. I'm sorry, Doyle. But you know what, Doyle? Just for you, we're gonna show off some fireworks on this stream. So for America's 200 for July 4th, we're gonna be showing off some fireworks on stream. We're gonna be watching a fireworks show. And you know what? It's not going to cost you a dime. It's not going to cost you a dime. So I hope that you're here. I hope you continue to support the channel with your viewership. Anyway, guys, let's get into it. I got a very special video for you today. Brothers, the mockery of Angry Joe from so many different content creators on the internet was promised to me 3,000 years ago. I have been waiting for this moment. Joe is one of the most unprofessional. Unprofessional. What the fuck? Oh man. What a fucking. Oh boy. All right. Give me a take two, okay? He's not unprofessional. He's unprofessional. All right? We Woo! Brothers, the humiliation and mockery of Angry Joe is something that was promised to me 3,000 years ago. This guy has had a career of being unprofessional and being just an extremely obnoxious, virtue signaling, woke, just freak. And this guy, enraged Enrique, thinks that he can just come out and say shit and there's going to be no ramifications because he's that arrogant. Well, we're going to go and we're going to take a look at Angry Joe in a way that you may not have ever seen him before. Because the Kino Casino and everyone else going after him, a lot of them have watched him in the past, but intermittently. I have also watched him intermittently, but I've caught some. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like the intermittent. Now I'm gonna do it again. Today is a day where we're gonna get it perfect. We're gonna get it right. And you know what? If it takes me 100 takes, I don't give a shit. Now, I apologize for you guys because you're watching how the sausage is made, okay? That's what the live stream is. You're watching how the sausage is made. And today it seems like I'm going to need a couple takes. It's going to be the way it is. It's going to be the way it is. But we're going to get it. By God, we're going to get it. Brothers, the felting and humiliation and mockery of Angry Joe is something that was promised to me 3,000 years ago. I have been waiting for this. Angry Joe is one of the most unprofessional and narcissistic content creators I've ever seen. It used to be, back in 2009, that he was one of the only people reviewing, video games in the way that he was, so people would just watch him. But he has been surpassed 100 times over by better people doing it better. And now, in 2026, Joe has become so irrelevant, he's become so egotistical, that he flew too close to the sun. He could have continued coasting under the radar, nobody even remembering that he existed, and he would have been able to be fine. Not really pulling in any numbers or being relevant or having anyone caring what he says, but every once in a while, Joe would sort of raise his head up and make some stupid anti-Trump post or make some obnoxious comment. Well, what I'm here to show you today is that for years now, Joe has been an absolute amateur, on par with the quartering. That's right, I said on par with the quartering. You think the quartering's content is bad? You have not seen anything. I want you to watch this clip. This is from 7 years ago. This is from E3 2019. Now, Angry Joe is reacting to the Nintendo Direct, and he is dead tired. He admits it. He goes, I'm dead tired. I couldn't be bothered to take a nap and come back and do it because he wanted it to be one of the first videos up because he knew that it would hit the algorithm, but it just demonstrates this guy has absolutely no duty of care over the content that he has created. Now, I want you to watch this because this is the crescendo of the Nintendo announcement. This is the reveal of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. One of their biggest games at this event, one of the biggest games on their console. And I want you to watch Joe's reaction here. Okay? You guys ready? You guys ready to get into it? Let's go.
All right, big reveal.
I don't know. It's kind of putting me to sleep now. So maybe it's because I'm already tired.
He's falling asleep! He's literally falling asleep! His eyes are closed! This is his job. This is the biggest announcement in his field. Tears of the Kingdom in the video game space is one of the biggest games, and he is falling asleep. Look at his eyes are closed. He's dreaming of that next tequila bottle.
Oh, Breath of the Wild DLC.
I think it's a
Red
ruler.
Look at this. Thank you, Ada Handel, for the $2 donation. As Use Me Blade once said, figure it out, dude. Yes. So it's literally Sleepy Joe. Guys, I need you to understand how important this is. This is 7 years ago, okay? Joe was more relevant back then, but he had already started to see a fall off from his peak. But this is 7 years ago. Joe is falling asleep during one of the biggest announcements of E3.
Angry Joe is now an angry Enrique, a pissed off Pedro, an aggravated Antonio, a mad Marco, a furious Fernando, a livid Luis. Keep it going.
Thank you so much for the donation. Guys, I want you to imagine, let's say you're watching the Kino Casino, right? And you're watching them, and all of a sudden, Ashton just starts falling asleep, right? And instead of just going, all right, dude, I'm too tired. Let's stop the show. We'll bring it back Wednesday. Instead of Joe going like, guys, I can't give this my full attention. I can't give this the proper respect it's due. I'm going to go take a nap, and then we're going to come back here, and we're going to record this while I'm fresh, which is the professional thing to do. This is his job. And he's asleep. Sleepy Joe. And I wanted to show you this because a lot of people think, oh, well, Joe is just hated because, of the Trump derangement. And sure, there's a lot of that. But it's also the product that this guy has put out for years. It has been substandard. And yet he has this ego that is one of the most unwarranted that I've ever seen.
Oh shit. Zelda, oh shit. Oh, what is under here? What the fuck is that?
Zombies!
Ooh, that is
Goddamn zombies.
Jesus. That is scary. Oh fuck. Is this
Oh, fuck. Oh, wow. Oh, that's scary. Oh, fuck. Oh, something's happening. They're down somewhere. They just... Oh. Oh, what are they? What are they? Like, I wanted to point this out because it's like if you are at your job and you are here to deliver entertaining content, how insulting is this for your audience? Your audience that tune into you because they want your reaction. And your only interest is getting this up online. Doesn't matter for you if the quality is good or bad. You're willing to sleep your way through it, literally. This guy was too tired to do this, but did it anyway because he wanted to get it in the algorithm. This is quartering maxing. This is producing garbage tier slop. Now, some people will say, is he stoned? Is he tired? This is him tired. Because at the beginning of this presentation, he says, I'm tired. Like, I took a flight and I'm just coming back to do this. So he's exhausted. Instead of taking a nap, instead of taking a rest, putting it off, coming back, high energy. Guys, Angry Joe here. We're going to be finishing out E3 with the Nintendo Direct. There is a ton of content here that we're going to see. I may not be the biggest fan of Nintendo. I don't like some of the practices, but we're going to see if there's anything that I think is good for the gaming space, which Tears of the Kingdom is objectively is. He objectively just fucked this whole thing up because he's asleep.
A new game or DLC? I'm awake now. The game was fucking sweet. Oh shit! It is the fucking sequel. But I guess it's a little too early, so they say, "Hey, we're working on it." Wow, cool.
Wow. Pulling out a Melanie Mac special. Wow. Hey guys. Wow. Wow, can you believe that? Now, I don't want you guys to think that I'm being unfair, okay? I don't want you to think I'm being unfair to Joe. So we're going to go back and we're going to watch the first part of that again. Because I really want you to pay attention to Joe here, okay?
More games in development beyond what we've shown
I
you
can't
today.
get Alex's committing seppuku out of my mind.
To the day we can introduce them.
So I'm just gonna turn this thing into the Devolver digital thing.
Yeah. We are very sorry that Animal Crossing is
One
late.
more thing to show you.
Nintendo in Japan is like, you want to see some real
Thank
tentacles?
you very much for watching. Until next time.
All right, big reveal.
I don't know. It's kind of putting me to sleep now. So maybe it's because I'm already tired.
Oh, it's
Oh, Breath of the Wild DLC.
Now, some people could say, well, he's doing that because he wants to snub Nintendo. No, I don't think that's the case. I think he's doing it because he just doesn't have the professional standards to wait. And by the way, this is 7 years ago. Nothing has changed. He is the same lazy, unprofessional, fat drunk that he was then that he is now. He's still a simp. He's still going after the quote-unquote chuds. But guys, this is, for a video game commentator, this is the Super Bowl. This was E3. This is when all the press conferences came together. Can you imagine somebody doing commentary at the Super Bowl and them falling asleep? Oh, yeah. The thing he got a touchdown or something. Can you imagine that? It's unbelievable. It is so unprofessional. And there are clips like this throughout Joe's entire career of him saying and doing things that are just stupid, lazy, and incompetent, and there's no excuse for it. None. Because there's not a single thing that stopped Joe from saying, you know what, I'm too tired to do this right now. I'm going to sleep on it, and then when I wake up, we're going to come back fresh, and we're going to do the video that my audience deserves. But look at this. They're announcing Tears of the Kingdom, which was one of the biggest reactions. And just look, he's asleep. He couldn't be bothered. He couldn't wake up. He's fat. He's tired. He's foot tired. So I want to show you another reaction. Okay. I want you to see what some of the other reactions were to Tears of the Kingdom. In fact, we're gonna watch a little bit of our boy. We're gonna watch a little. Actually, no. I'm calling it audible. We're gonna watch. Let's see if I can find one on the fly that's actually.
It's time!
No. Okay, so I don't think I can find one of the first ones on the fly, but I think people need to understand that Joe's unprofessionalism. It is something that has stuck through, and it just is who he is. Now, he's currently going after chuds, and saying, "Oh, no, I'm still right. They're still wrong." Joe, you're not. You're not right. You've not been right at any point in this. And look at this. Look at the sort of commentary that he's delivering. We're gonna scroll down. Look at this. The anti-woke grift falling off. Joe, this is from today. This is from today, buddy. It's from today. The anti-woke grift falling off. When your parents are doing it and fucking it up, it's just not fun anymore. Super bisexual. Supergirl movie desperate to keep Hollywood woke. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what he said, by the way. There's nothing wrong with what he said. Yeah, Hollywood weirdos coming out to support LGBTQ is extremely weird. And they're going to be people that make the decision that they don't want to buy a game or a movie or comic book based on that, because there have been years and years and years of just downright abuse from these disgusting, malevolent, bad actors acting in bad faith on the left that have polluted and tainted some of the best franchises that people have loved for years. So they don't want any part of this new vision, this new paradigm. They don't want it. So they're going to reject it. They're not going to have anything to do with it. Which, Joe pretends he doesn't understand that. But if there was a new Superman movie and Superman flew in to meet Donald Trump and shook Donald Trump's hand and said, "Mr. President, thank you." If Donald Trump was part of the promotion for the new Superman movie and he's part of the shaking hands with Superman, Joe would be fuming. He'd be pissed. He'd be like, "Well, why do they do this? This is so bullshit." Because Joe is a hypocrite in addition to everything else. He wants his politics. He wants his beliefs reflected back. But at the end of the day, this video isn't even about his other behavior. It's just about this right here. You fell asleep. And you kept this video up for 7 years because you didn't care. You didn't give a shit. Sleepy Joe. Oh, by the way, you want to see something funny? Dog shit review. This is from 7 years ago. Dog shit review. The worst I've ever seen. Yep. 7 years I've been waiting. And here we go. It says, Joe sucked the air out of the room. Oh man, look at some of these comments. Look at some of these comments. Joe sucked the air out of the room. Should have saved the review for 8 hours later. Should have slept in and skipped watching it live. Really hurt the video. The only time that Joe would ever react towards Smash and flip out is if Scorpion from MAK is DLC. That wasn't the reveal for Sword and Shield. I'm guessing you missed that since you didn't know why they're getting big. Joe is burnt out, man. Take a nap. He's tired. Joe is uninterestingly excited about Nintendo's event. Yeah. Agree with most of the comments here. Joe is clearly too tired to do a good job with this video. Maintaining a certain bar of quality is more important than speedy releases. Yes, except for Joe, because it's all about the money. You know, he was shit on Corporate Commander for releasing inferior products, but he would release an inferior product for money, and that's perfectly fine. Anyway, I just wanted to bring this to your guys' attention. I know that most of you probably haven't seen this clip. Most of you probably haven't seen it. Most of you probably didn't know about this. But I'm more than happy to bring it to light and to, elucidate this absolutely catastrophic blunder that I'm hoping even 7 years later can be used as a millstone around Angry Joe's neck. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel, and I'll see you next time. All right, boys. All right, we got it. We got it. Angry. Okay. Angry Joe's most quartering-esque moment revealed. That's gonna be the title of the video. Angry Joe's most quartering-esque moment revealed. Have you seen the Game God Save Birmingham? No. Should I have? Give me 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I am going to link my Rumble. I'm going to link my Rumble. So if you guys want to watch the exclusive, if you want to watch the exclusive video, I may be doing it later tonight, I may be doing it tomorrow, but if you want to watch the exclusive video, Vigilante Citizen, the movie that we are going to be watching, if you want to do that, join me on Rumble. I can't stream it on YouTube. I don't think so. I'm not even going to risk it at all. So I'm going to bypass YouTube altogether and stream directly to Rumble. I don't know if I want to stream it to Kick. Maybe we'll do Kick as well. Maybe we'll do Rumble and Kick. So if you want to support the channel, if you want to watch the movie, then go over and follow me on Rumble and go over and follow me on Kick. That's what we're going to be up to. Now, for those that don't know, Vigilante Citizen, it's a story about a guy that gets fed up with illegal aliens, these migrants coming in and basically importing their culture. And so it's going to be very, very interesting to see what comes of that. I'll watch on Kick, no problem. Yeah, well, Eric's smug butler is already there on kick. So you're good, brother. So we're gonna watch right now. We're gonna watch Ilhan Omar. Let's see. We're gonna watch a video about Ilhan Omar. One second. Okay, we don't need. Yeah, we can. Okay. Brothers, today we're going to be talking about Ilhan Omar. You may know her in her role as part of the Squad. You know, it's a sort of, tongue-in-cheek title for this group of foreign, anti-American, anti-capitalist, just absolutely disgusting individuals that run down this country at every opportunity and are some of the most nasty, dishonest people in our government. They were elected primarily because they represent foreign interests. They don't represent the United States. They want to import medieval blood feuds from half a world away into the United States. And that's what we're going to be looking at today. Ilhan Omar is one of the most wretched of them because allegedly she married her brother, which, gross.
Ilhan.
But we're going to be watching this video from your boy Asmongold that covers a lot of this topic. And I think this is something that more people need to see and more people need to understand. Ilhan Omar and her ilk need to be deported. They need to be deported. They need to be removed. This needs to be something that is normalized, and so I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best to try to broadcast this because I want this to be normalized. I want people to feel comfortable saying that Ilhan Omar should be deported because she absolutely should.
Omar, another person that should be deported. So is this yes, I assimilated all the way to Congress and this idiot tells me to go back to where I came from. Yeah, that's like saying that I assimilated inside of the 7-Eleven whenever I broke the window. Like, yeah, yeah, the raccoon assimilated into my house by, getting through the drywall and living in my attic. Yeah, okay, right. You haven't assimilated. Oh, here we go. Our president, the president of Somalia. Isn't it crazy that that this is a...
Like, honestly, that statement right there, I don't know why Trump doesn't use that to go after this woman to prosecute her for treason. She literally just said on camera that her president is the president of Somalia. Is that not what she said on camera? Why doesn't Trump go after her? This is a woman that should be deported from the United States. She is not an American. And I think we need to get honest about that. He's not doing enough. President Trump is. He's not doing enough. He needs to start mass deportations of these people that are clearly not here for the best interest of America. Ilhan Omar has no right to be here. None. We don't have to take her. We have no moral obligation. I think that the idea that she was elected into office itself is troubling, but we need to do some very serious mass deportations. We need reverse migration. We need remigration.
This is an American representative, and she's talking about how her president is a foreign president. Isn't that insane?
Special relationship
Deport? I know. That's crazy. What the fuck is she even saying? Who cares? Isn't this crazy that Americans are putting up with this? It's really insane. Somalia is our home. That's the problem. It's home to all of the people gathered here. We do not feel that it's that far from us. I think that we should make sure that you're right. We always think about Somalia.
But not your district, not where you're from. Like, you don't think about Americans. You were elected to represent Americans, and you're saying that you only think about Somalians? I'm telling you, just get these people out. Deport them.
Man. That's really great assimilation, isn't it? Would she get deported already? I'm a Somali girl, born in Somalia. I do not need Somali citizenship. Well, wait a minute. You don't need Somali citizenship because Somaliland wants to extradite you and kill you for the sins of your father. That's the reason why you don't need the citizenship, is because they would kill you.
He's going deep in
because
the lore.
he genocided and killed a bunch of people over there. And then you moved to America and changed your name. It's in my blood. The people I share my culture with. They are the people I have compassion for. Man. Inside of Somalia so that I can do something and fix it. You want to fix the problems in Somalia. Man. I hope that we can get far as long as I am in Congress. If it was up, let me finish it, right? Let me finish this.
Right.
I'm an American migrant in the U.S. Congress, but I'm a Somali girl. A girl with your lineage, a girl with your language, a girl with your religion that was taken as a young child from her country by her genocidal father who was fleeing war crimes and conviction from being killed for killing.
Is the implication that she was taken from her country by the United States, or is she trying to make it seem like I would be there if not for the U.S.? I don't know. That seems very odd. The U.S. isn't responsible for you being here, other than they shouldn't have let you in. They shouldn't have let your father in. That was a mistake.
A bunch of people in that country. Yes, that's correct. That misses her country and wishes to live there. Oh, look, the audio's breaking again. What a surprise. This is great. Oh, I can fix it by doing that. There's a lot that we need to work together to make our land a more stable and prosperous place. Our land. I'm sure she's talking about America, guys. I'm sure she means America. Sleep in comfort knowing I am here to protect the interests of Somalia from inside the U.S. system. They will do what we want and nothing else. We Somalians must have confidence in ourselves.
Let me just say something. I would deport these people today. I wouldn't even wait for the judges and, you need due process. No, you just round them up and send them home. That's the due process. That is the process to which these people are due. These are malevolent foreign actors that do not have America's best interests at heart, that are currently infecting and infesting our system. And this is part of the problem. You have to do something about this. Why don't you have accountability for the Somali scammers? Well, because you have a political party that is now increasingly filled with foreigners that don't really view it as any sort of crime to steal from Americans because they don't view themselves as Americans. They don't care if they're stealing from Americans because, they don't really respect you. They don't like you anyway. There's no reason for us to tolerate this. None. We can tell these people to go away and never return. We have that ability. We can choose that as a nation. Despite what Piers Morgan and other leftist, hack boomer journalists say, we don't have to tolerate this. We don't have to put up with this. And you know what? There are other people that commit crimes and stuff like that. But we can deal with that. We want to deal with that. But this is a problem on top of a problem that shouldn't even be a problem because they shouldn't be here. And every single one of them should go back. And if the counter that is, well, that's not fair. Well, it's not fair to the people here. And the people here matter more than them. Because the people here have an inheritance by virtue of their parents and their parents and their parents and their parents and their parents being born here and embracing and integrating and becoming American. She is not American.
We live in the U.S., pay taxes in the U.S. Well, not really, though, right? Somalia will never be in danger. Its waters, the Indian Ocean, will not be stolen by Ethiopia. We have literally imported African blood feuds into America. Isn't that insane?
It is.
Oh my God. Is this real? Yep. They need to play this more. They need to talk more about this. Like, this is, I mean, this person's so clearly and obviously not an American. When a Somalian person becomes an enemy, they're a serious one. There are people like that living in our country. City. Some of us try to dismiss it, saying, oh, that person talks too much, they don't know anything. No, exactly what people I'm talking about. You sat with them at Starbucks. We will never gain power and move forward as Somalians as long as these people live among us. And we don't kick them out, the same people, Somalians, we tried to defend, they're the ones who want to see us in jail and spread lies about us, making videos claiming that we said things we never said. So these are the same people, the people that they want to kick out of the country are the Somalians that they disagree with.
Right.
Isn't that funny? It's kind of ironic.
It's pretty crazy.
Is this the Learning Center guy next to you? No, but I'm sure he's in the crowd. We're doing our job, defending you, the Somalians, protecting this country, creating laws. Oh my God. Who work to block and undermine Somalians in a country from gaining power and having influence. There's one more. That's not what assimilated means. No, it's not. If it was up to me, and this is the guy...
I would argue that I never did care, but I'm Islamophobe. You're going to call us some name that we just don't want to get into that fight. You know what?
Right.
I would argue that I never did care, but I'm done being careful, even the least bit careful.
This is the guy.
And I don't really care where you come from. But if you come to this great country, you have to understand you're coming here to be an American.
That's right. And they're not.
We celebrate everyone's culture. We're happy with that, as long as you are an American. Celebrate your culture. I don't care. Italian, Polish, Somali. Okay? But they don't assimilate. And if they don't assimilate, then they should go the hell back to where they came from.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ralph. I know this is a family show. I can't help myself today. Yeah.
Oh, my God. We got to have more of this. We got to have way more of this. That's legal, reasonable immigration. Yeah, and also, like, there's another component that I think that the way that people talk about immigration is it's flawed. And I think that people talk about it inside of a frame of reference that's defined by people that want you to lose, because it's the implication and insinuation that immigration is a net positive and that you have to have immigration. Like, there's some sort of obligation for you to have immigration.
Asmund, do you know why they do that? Do you know why they make that argument? The reason that they make that argument is because these are people that like having an underclass that serve them their Starbucks, that serve them their fast food, that, you know, they can go to Whole Foods and they can feel good about themselves that, oh, you know, this person's here. I'm helping them. You know, as they work minimum wage, as they don't really have the same sort of rights as a citizen, it's creating an underclass, and they like that. They love that. They love having that underclass that they can feel superior to, because it reminds them, you know, of their past, which was as slave owners, because the Democrat Party was the party of slave owners, always has been. That's what they want. They want an underclass of people to constantly be able to lord their wealth and status over. They want the help. That's what they want. They want people that they could say, you know what? You're not doing a good enough job. Immigration, They want to be the ones in control of that. And that's why they make these arguments that are absurd. Because all of it comes from an evil, selfish place.
There's not. You have no obligation to do that. There's no reason to have that happen. Guy's a piece of shit. He co-wrote a bill that made it easier for them to send money out of the country for Somalia. Yeah, I'm sure he's not perfect either. I don't know, but I'm just glad to hear something that I agree with. I mean, that doesn't mean I co-sign everything this person's ever done or said, right? I mean, duh. So anyway, yeah, if it was up to me, people like her would be on a boat back to Somalia on the first day. Right? You literally like go in the middle of the night, round them all up, put them on a boat, and send them all back. And that would be the end of it. I don't know why we're not doing that, honestly. I really don't
either.
It's so annoying. That's kind. Yeah, just do it in midday. Well, I mean, do it at night. It's easier. It's harder for people to respond to it. Why pay for a boat? Let them swim. Well, I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. I say send them back, right? That's it. And why is Trump allowing this? Because there are not enough people like me that are willing to accept what the other solutions are. That's the reason why. It's very annoying. She closed the replies. Of course she did. Because I think these people realize that their days are numbered, living in America, hating America, subverting America, taking advantage of America. And I think that more and more Americans are waking up, and Europeans too are waking up. And I mean, this goes as far as Japanese as well. Canadians, Australians, I think at different levels, people are waking up to this, and they're seeing that actually no, these people don't assimilate. And what are the probabilities that these people that come from these problem countries are a problem anywhere they go? Like, where are the highest crimes of these people? Like, in a lot of these countries, these same countries with the same migrants have the same problems everywhere, whether it's France, whether it's Japan, whether it's San Francisco. It's the same people causing the same problems.
He's right. And then Piers Morgan will get his stodgy, bloated British ass and go, oh, but you're not talking about the white crime. You're not talking about whites committing crime. Yeah, you have these putrid, traitorous virtue signalers in your country that have allowed this rot to fester because they want to vilify their own countrymen over the imported problem. That's what they want to do, and it's disgusting. Yeah, the mindset from these people on the left is who will pick the cotton. That's what they're thinking. Who will pick the cotton? They want slaves. They've always wanted slaves. They just don't want the moral baggage of slavery. The left is the party of the KKK. They are the party of Jim Crow. They are the party of terrorism, and we can see that. By the way they act, by the way that they promote certain things that are indefensible.
That's it. If you let them stay, they'll just bide their time until they see another chance to behave like this. They need to go. I think so, too. Yeah, they have no country to flee to. They've been banned from every country because of their behavior and culture. Well, that sounds like a personal problem to me. Yeah, that sucks. Damn, that's too bad. Please watch Tyler's Ireland video today. I might. I haven't seen that one yet. I haven't seen a lot of these because they're dumb. Yeah, I guess so. And yeah, Uwe Boll is teasing a new movie. I guess so. I haven't seen it. Every year they wait. They have more babies. Yeah, I mean, they have more kids, and that's more people that you're going to have to deport. And then it becomes more annoying. It's logistically more complex. And so the sooner that you do it, the better you do it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Asmongold is 100% correct on this. Yeah, we do need to get serious about deporting these people. And Ilhan Omar and Zoran Mamdani and a lot of these people, they need to go. They need to be deported. These are not Americans. They do not stand for America. They do not represent America's values. They are people that are constantly at odds with the West, and they want to bring in these foreign blood feuds. And you got to say no. You got to say no. You're not going to bring in this medieval barbaric bullshit into our country. No, we're not doing that. You have to be willing. You have got to be willing to make that stand, or you're going to end up like Britain. And nobody wants to be Britain stand. Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. We've got Hassan jacks off to Asmongold. Oh, man, what a name. That is disgusting, but probably not untrue. Gosh, that's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Anyway. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Okay. Give me 1 second. All right, got that one done. Give me one moment. Let's see, you got her, him. Oh, we're gonna watch Piers Morgan. Hassan is the type of guy. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, people have accused Hassan of having underage, inappropriate photos from fans, but I don't know. I sure as hell hope not, but yeah, that's disgusting. Absolutely vile. Here's, yeah, okay. This is a great clip. Chatting with Piers Morgan. Let's see.
Has 7-8 million, I think it is. In America, we have about 250,000. So they're right there, just statistically, we have a very different setup.
I want to see if this is the same, or if there's. Let's see, is this the one with Piers Morgan? Nope. Let me double check to make sure I have the right one, and then we'll. Where's the? Let's see if they have the original.
I think we discussed it last.
Okay. All right, so it's okay. All right, we will do that. Actually, 1 second. Let me take a look. Off topic. I saw Toy Story 5 last night. I didn't hate the film. I just felt like, did we need 5? The leaks were true about it being the leaks were true about it being the closing chapter on Jesse's story. I guess my only real gripe was one of the newer side characters was annoying. I did hear Supergirl tanked at the box office. Yes, that is true. Supergirl did tank at the box office, and Angry Joe also tanked his reputation defending it. That's, yeah, that's true. But that's interesting about Toy Story 5. That it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't good. And it wasn't something that filled you with confidence to talk about. Very interesting. Okay. All right. Brothers, from my perspective, Piers Morgan is part of the problem when it comes to the rot in the UK as it pertains to the epidemic of Muslim grooming gangs, specifically Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs. People like Piers Morgan have been mortified of being called racist. They have accused other people of being racist to make themselves feel better, because for them it's all about their ego and virtue signaling. They don't really give a shit about their country. They care about making money and also being perceived of in a certain way. for Piers Morgan, he feels most comfortable when he's shitting on white people. He really doesn't want to talk negatively about Muslims because there's a lot more risk of him being accused of being Islamophobic, which for Piers Morgan, labels are power. Labels are power. But what Piers doesn't understand is that labels are not power. Labels are only power if you give the label power. So, basically, Piers Morgan tries to cast his boomer incantations on somebody like, Nick Fuentes. And Nick Fuentes says, your spells have no power here, Boomer the Grey. I know it's not, one for one. I forgot the exact verbiage. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan, but I forgot the exact verbiage. I think it's just, you have no power here. Gandalf. Okay. So maybe I restored a little bit of my nerd credibility. But Piers Morgan is somebody that really just wants to get to calling somebody a racist because he feels most comfortable when he's calling somebody a racist because in his mind, and his boomer adult mind, when you're calling somebody a racist, you can't be a racist because you're signaling that you're so much not a racist that you see racism in others. But it is all a lie and a facade. It's weak, it's predictable, it's bullshit. And Nick Fuentes and many other people have said, you know what? Your spells have no power anymore. Oh, you want to call me a racist? Call me a racist. Nothing that you say means anything because I don't view you as any sort of moral arbiter at all. And that's right. Piers Morgan is somebody that said he would betray his country for a bowl of food, for some curry. Piers Morgan would betray his country and his countrymen for a bowl of curry. And when he was asked by Tucker Carlson, what's better now than in the 1950s when it comes to Britain? He said, well, the food, it was dreadful back then. You fat fuck. The food. No, your country is worse in every way. In every way. In fact, we got a whole thing to talk about as it relates to the UK and air conditioners. Yeah, didn't think that would be a thing. We took away your guns. We took away your air conditioners. Unbelievable. Oh, and by the way, if you're white and you've been stabbed or hurt, we're going to treat you as the criminal. This is anarcho-tyranny. You have the elements of anarchy where they're not enforcing the laws on the criminals, but you also have the tyranny where they're cracking down on law-abiding citizens. It's the worst of all worlds. It's anarcho-tyranny. That's what's going on in the UK. You're a law-abiding citizen. You want to do the right thing. You just want to live and, leave something for your kids and live a good life. Oh, well, you're a criminal now, and you're a part of the problem. Oh, what's that? What's that? You violated 20 of these underage girls that are white? Oh, yeah, go along. Yeah, they're probably asking for it. It is a disgrace. And it was perpetrated by majority Muslim Pakistani men. And Piers Morgan was so petrified of talking about this that he tried to bring up white people as a response, which is one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen. He pretended he didn't know what per capita was. And in this, I saw a clip where Piers Morgan tries to do some sort of reverse per capita, saying, well, there's 2 million Muslims, so that means that proportionally they commit less crime. That is so fucking stupid. I don't even know. I don't even know where to begin. That is so monstrously retarded. But Piers is well, he's a hog, but he doesn't understand how dumb that was. He thought that was a gotcha. And guys, I've done a preamble to build this up, but here we are. We're gonna watch this. Piers Morgan versus Gad Saad.
Evolutionary behavioral scientist and scholar at the University of Mississippi. Gad Saad. Gad, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you so much for having me, Piers.
Suicidal empathy, just in simple terms, just lay out what you think the issue is here and why it's such a big problem.
Right. So empathy is a wonderful virtue to possess. We are a social species. So for you and I, Piers, to have a meaningful conversation, I need to put myself in your mind and vice versa. That's called cognitive empathy or theory of mind. So certainly as an evolutionary psychologist, I'm not arguing that empathy is a bad thing. But like Aristotle explained to us several thousand years ago via his golden mean, too little of something is not good. Too much of something is not good, and much of life is about finding that sweet spot. That exactly applies to empathy. If I have no empathy, I'm likely to be a psychopath. If I have too much empathy, if it hyperfires in the wrong situations toward the wrong targets, you end up with suicidal empathy.
So Elon Musk has endorsed your book. He said Western civilization is doomed. And this
makes sense. Yeah. You do want to be empathetic, but the type of empathy that we're seeing on display is destructive. It's corrosive. So we know that's too far. We don't want that. So we're going to pull back to 0 and then figure out where the line actually is. That makes sense.
That's the core weakness of suicidal empathy is recognized and actions are taken that are hard but necessary for survival. Gad Saad articulates this well. All Gad's book, including this one, are great. All your books, including this one, are great. So a big fan of Elon Musk. Many people at the same time have viewed Elon's feed on his own X platform.
When Piers says many people, he means himself. But you see, Piers wants to pretend that his view represents the majority. Oh, many people believe this. No, Piers, many people don't believe it. Not really. Even the people that hate him don't believe it. It is a ploy that malevolent bad actors acting in bad faith use. They pretend not to understand this. Sort of like you pretend not to understand per capita. Oh, I don't understand per capita. What do you mean, per capita? I don't understand. Yeah, Piers, many people don't. You are in the minority. Your boomerific, if I can use that word, sensibilities are in the minority. It's why people hate you. It's why people hate what's going on. Because you have allowed this to take place by keeping the reality from the British public. That's why you can't just give them the truth. Because you knew that if you actually told the British public the truth, then they would do the opposite of what you think is best. So you lied to them. You lied to the people because you thought you knew better than them. Well, it's okay if some of these wipes happen because it's for multiculturalism. That's what you represent. That is the ideology. When you say, but what about white people, though? When confronting this crime, you are part of the problem. And you demonstrate that you are one of the people that needs to be put on trial for you obstructing justice at every step of the way, which is exactly what you've done.
Form in the last couple of years as being an almost permanent rally cry against migration, and in particular, promoting people like Tommy Robinson, who I know you know and have talked to, the people that many people think are genuinely Islamophobic, who hate Muslims and.
Well, they're retarded. Who cares what they think? If they think Islamophobia is real, they're a fucking idiot. Who cares what they think? Oh, many people believe the earth was flat. We don't care what those people think. We don't care what they think. You're characterizing them as many to try to give them credibility when they have no credibility. They have no validity. Nobody believes in these people. They're fucking retards. They're losers. If they think that Islamophobia is real, they are losers. They are liars. Takia, they're acting in bad faith.
Islam and are directing all their fury at the 2 billion or so Muslims on the planet, which is, of course, 1 in 4 of the entire global population. What do you say to that?
So you listen to the slimy way that this absolute beached whale is trying to recategorize things. Listen to the layers of bullshit. Oh, many people believe that it's Islamophobia, and that's what this comes down to. And many people believe that him not wanting to import all of these immigrants from the third world that are barbaric and have antiquated ideas that do not comport to Western values, that is just hate. And we are against hate in general. Piers, you're such an embarrassing specimen. You have no actual argument for this. So you're trying to add all these qualifiers because you want the audience to be on your side, which is defending these pedophile rape gangs. You want to be, you're on their side. You're defending them. You are. How dare you? I am not. You are. You are. Absolutely. Every word out of your mouth. Every time you try to stack the deck in this way, you are. Because you are trying to make the topic radioactive because you don't want to get to the heart of the problem. You don't actually want to address the issue. You want to create so many barriers before you even start talking that people have to, they have to do this, ducking under the barbed wire and, oh, and there's snipers and I gotta duck and, we gotta dive and roll and we gotta go through all these different barriers before we can get to the topic. Oh, no, it's not Islamophobia. No, I don't think that. No, it's not all Muslims. You got to get through all these hurdles that you put up there because your position is so weak. You got to create all these artificial barriers. That is the truth. That's why people don't respect you.
Look, I'm an immigrant. Elon is an immigrant. The fact that we are both immigrants doesn't mean that we are equally likely to assimilate within the Western ethos, irrespective of where we come from, right? Fido the cat, the house cat, is a feline. The wild lion is a feline. They're both called feline. That doesn't mean that I will equally cuddle with both of them, despite the fact that they hold the same title of being a feline. So
what a great line. Absolutely dismantles Piers Morgan. Oh my gosh, that was good. Oh, that was good. Absolutely dismantled. Yes. You can call them migrants or immigrants if you want, but you wouldn't treat a lion the same way that you would treat like a Siamese cat. Absolutely true. But you could both classify them as cats. They're both cats, right? But they're both cats, but they're not the same. And they don't present the same danger. And we know that. We're aware of that.
From Islamic countries come in all varieties. Some are perfectly lovely and peaceful. Others not so much so. But as we've discussed, you and I previously, Piers, Islam contains a set of codified ideas that are either congruent or incongruent with the West. And so in answering that question, we may want to decide how many Muslims to allow into the West.
Which is perfectly reasonable to have controlled immigration policies. I think one of the problems you've seen in the UK, for example, and indeed throughout Europe, has been a failure by governments, Western governments, to control immigration. And that has been pretty disastrous, actually. So I don't, for a moment, dispute that. It's just my issue with people like Tommy Robinson, for example, is that his concern is singular to Muslims. It's all he talks about. I mean, you talk about a lot of Muslims are perfectly good, law-abiding, peaceful people, which is obviously true. But you could take the same argument with white Christians.
It's not obviously true. But why are you deflecting to white Christians? Because that's where you feel most comfortable, Piers. The problem is not white Christians. White Christians can go to just about any part of the Western world and they can immigrate and integrate into that culture. Piers, you are being intentionally obtuse on this topic. You are being intentionally stupid. You know perfectly well that white Christians and some of these Pakistani Muslims are not the same. Not in any way, shape, matter, or form. And not just the religious aspect, but in every part of their being and who they are not the same. They're not. You don't hear about a group of Christians immigrating somewhere, and then there is this mass gang of Christians that are doing these unspeakable things to girls. You don't hear about that. because it doesn't happen. It's a fiction that you're trying to put out there that doesn't exist. You're a liar, Piers. You're defending these people because you are okay with certain young underage girls being violated as long as the people doing it are within this neat, comfortable place. If they're a migrant or they're Muslim, well, you feel uncomfortable criticizing them because your own personal ego, I don't want anyone calling me a racist. You are more comfortable calling other people racist to avoid any accountability, and you're willing to throw these young girls under the bus. You're willing to stand on the broken bodies of these young girls in order to speak your message, ignoring the calamity around you because it's more comfortable for you. You feel better doing it. That's the truth, Piers. That's who you are. And we see through it. We do. Now, you may not like that, but you know it's true. You know deep down it's true. Because if it wasn't, you would be out there talking about this report. You've tried to downplay it at every opportunity. You've tried to minimize it. You haven't talked about it much. You haven't. You have tried to downplay this because it's uncomfortable for you, because your entire facade is virtue signaling. That's what you are. That's who you are.
Right? UK is a majority white country. Therefore, the majority of crime is committed by white people. But if you read Tommy Robinson's X feed, he never mentions any crime by white people. It's like it doesn't exist. It's like this is a singular issue, that this kind of stuff only happens with Muslims. And that gets amplified by Elon to hundreds of millions of people. And that, I think, is problematic.
Look,
you think that's problematic, that they're highlighting a problem because they're not also highlighting another problem that is infinitesimally smaller, that should be dealt with, but is something that should have been avoided? A problem on top of a problem. Piers, these Muslims should never have been allowed into the country. They should never have been allowed. These Pakistani Muslims should have never been allowed into the country. Your government allowed them in. And not only did they allow them in, they allowed them in en masse, unregulated, for years. They created these enclaves, these groups. They were petrified, your government was, of actually dealing with them. I think that's problematic. I think you're problematic for even saying that it's problematic, that they're calling this out. And that's why, Piers, when they have the Nuremberg-style trials to deal with this, you need to be one of the ones up there. They need to be grilling your ass for your role in this, because you do have a role in this. You are the mouth. From V for Vendetta, you're the mouth. You are the one that is running defense for the system, as corrupt as it is. And honestly, I think the people should never let you live this down. People should continue to bother you every day of your life, whether you're in public, whether you're online. I think people should never let you live this down. And honestly, Piers, if you want to know my honest opinion, for the evil that we're seeing in the UK, the fact that you and people like you do nothing about it, you need to be charged in the same way that the people doing it are charged, because you sat in it. You want to talk about white people doing it, white Christians. Fuck you. You're a coward.
Evolutionary psychology, there's a principle called assortative mating, which basically argues that if you wish to have a long, successful, happy marriage, you should marry someone with whom you share some of the most foundational values that define your life. So, for example, if I were an acerbic atheist and I marry someone who's very religious, I am putting the statistical odds against me of having a happy marriage. Love does not conquer all. By this exact same logic, there are a set of values that typically come from Islamic societies that are perfectly antithetical to Western values. So on average, someone coming from Denmark and Sweden and trying to settle in Iceland is more likely to assimilate than the same number of people coming from Waziristan and Afghanistan. And that statement should be obvious to the average 3-day-old pigeon.
But what do we do with people who...
Well, it may be obvious to the average 3-day-old pigeon, but it's not apparent to the pigeon lady from Home Alone 2, Piers Morgan.
Who are not Muslim but commit similar crimes.
Hey guys, what do we do? Piers, you fucking idiot. One of the problems is that these people aren't being punished, and we don't want that.
He doesn't live or experience what we do over here. He knows deep down what's going on but doesn't care because it doesn't affect him.
Yes! Thank you, Andrew Jump, for the donation. Yes, he doesn't care. He is too wealthy and too isolated and too insulated, both in terms of status and his gut. Too insulated, too removed. He doesn't know. He doesn't care. He wants to bring up white Christians. Piers, do you know what we want to do? We want to take people that are abusing children and we want to execute them. But do you know what gets in the way of us doing that, like in a general sense? People like you. Because you don't want to confront the problem. You don't want to confront the problem that there is a major, major, major issue when it comes to Islam. Well, these people from Pakistan are coming over here. 87 to 95% of them are involved in these horrific crimes of 250,000 of these underage white British girls. That is a staggering number that should shock you to your core. You need to do something about that. That is a problem that shouldn't even be happening. So what do we do with the people that commit crimes? We lock them in jail. We put them in jail forever. Like, we treat them like criminals because they are criminals. And by the way, that has nothing to do with race. The problem is that people like you have refused to hold people accountable on the color of their skin for years. You've been too soft because you're a coward. You're a virtue signaler, and that's your most important virtue. You care only about that, only about yourself. Don't care about any of the victims. Unless you can performatively, I'm so sorry. I'm so terrible. It's so bad. But you don't want to do anything about it. You don't want to do anything about it, Piers. You need to get these Pakistani Muslims out of your country. And you know what you do after that? Then you start cracking down on people that allowed them into the country. And you start prosecuting them. And you start hanging them as traitors to your country. And then once you're done with that, then you can go and look, okay, we've dealt with the foreign threat. We've dealt with the foreign invasion. We've dealt with the traitors inside. Now we need to get to work on the interior. And one of the things that we can do is start making harsher laws for people that abuse children, because we don't want that to happen. That's absolutely wrong. But you can't do it as you're being invaded.
We punish them like we would anybody else, right? There are Jewish pedophiles that should be punished. No one is contesting that. I'm Jewish. I think they should deserve the exact same punishment as anybody else. That doesn't take away from the fact that when we're looking at the British grooming gangs for the past 30 years, most of them are not named Mordechai Richter. They're named Muhammad Akbar Hussein.
That is true, that the grooming gangs in places like Rotherham and Telford in the north of England were predominantly British Pakistani Muslim men, and they were committing their crimes, horrendous crimes, against many thousands of young white English girls, predominantly. So that was an appalling scandal. It wasn't exposed by Tommy Robinson, as he likes to claim. It was exposed.
Who cares who exposed it? Piers, you're about to do a butt. You're about to do a butt. Who cares if Tommy Robinson exposed it? He's taken a whole hell of a lot of grief for it. You've not done anything. In fact, you've worked against him and against them releasing that because of your own personal issues with Tommy Robinson. You are more interested in your personal issues than you are actually dealing with the reality of what's going on. You care more about optics than you do these violated, broken little girls. You don't give a shit. Who cares who was the first one to break the story? The fact that that was on your mind and you felt the need to say that because you wanted to snub him a little bit, He's done more for this topic than you ever will. So, I don't want to think about Piers Morgan's butt. Yeah, it's true. That is absolutely true. Oh gosh, that's brutal. But yeah, we're just we're ripping on Piers Morgan because he's so fake. He's so ridiculous. It's egregious. It is egregious what he has been up to. And then he has the audacity to try to reframe everything under this light favorable to him that just isn't true.
Exposed by a journalist at the Times newspaper in a big front page expose that started it. I don't dispute and never have done that Robinson hasn't banged the drum about this quite properly, because he's right. It was a scandal that was then covered up, and it was covered up because people didn't want to confront the reality of who was perpetrating these crimes and against whom they were doing it. And the whole thing, frankly, was a complete disgrace. Now, having said that, it's also true that the vast majority of sexual crime in the UK is committed by white men. Right? And again, I simply say, if
that is the most useless information in this case, but you keep trotting it out. You keep saying white men. But you have to understand there's an additional crime. Several, actually. The government has covered this up, meaning that it's not just the crime itself. It's the fact that these gangs were allowed to exist on an industrial scale with the backing of your government. If there are white people that are doing this, they're being prosecuted. White people are not getting off, with doing something like this, and nor should they. But you are trying to reframe this to another issue because you're uncomfortable, but the issues are not equal. They're not the same. The grooming gangs are so much worse that by you even uttering white, Christian, anything, it is an insult to the victims. Because you are trying to downplay it and obfuscate it, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Honestly, Piers, if we lived in a just society, you should be in jail. You should. You are a co-conspirator with all this, not intentionally, necessarily, but by your stupidity, your idiocy, your ego, and your need to bootlick the system, you have become an accomplice. How fucking dare you mention white people because Tommy Robinson said they're Muslims. Yeah, there isn't a Christian, white, British grooming gang scandal going back all this time that has anywhere near the numbers from people that aren't supposed to even be here. It doesn't exist.
Everyone's focus is only on sex crimes by Muslim men, and therefore used as a stick to beat Islam with generally, even though the vast majority of 2 billion Muslims in the world do not commit sex crimes, then there's a problem right there, isn't there?
Right. Again, I think we discussed it last time, the per capita issue. It is incontestable.
No, I understand the per capita, yeah. I understand that.
Well, so then that...
But
he gets triggered.
Go ahead.
He gets triggered. Here's per capita. Pierce is still triggered. He's still angry. Because last show that he was talking about this, he got obliterated on per capita. He looked like an absolute fool because he didn't understand what per capita was. Or at least he pretended not to in that particular debate. So when he mentions per capita, you hear Pierce, I know what per capita is. I know what per capita is. You didn't last time, or you pretended not to.
Well, not really, because per capita means, yes, if you have more white people, you are more like...
No, not more white people. If you had more Muslims, then the crimes would be exponential to, whatever the crime rate is versus the population. If you were to equalize for that, that's per capita.
And you have a disproportionate number of a certain ethnicity committing crimes.
He can't say Muslims. He can't say Pakistani. He can say white, but he's crippled with fear.
Then you can say there's a per capita thing. The problem with that grooming gang scandal... The problem with sex crimes in the UK generally, particularly involving young people, is there is not really a proper breakdown to assess. So,
God, nothing to see here, guys. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. How can we even know anything? Guys, how can we even know anything? We don't know anything. We can't make a judgment based on what's obvious. No, what's obvious, I mean, that might be racist. You don't want to be racist, do you? Piers, I will take a racist every time over somebody like you. You are the worst of the worst. You are the lowest of the low. Every single racist in the world, Piers, is better than you. You know why? Because most racists know what they are. They know they got this hate. But you have this pretense that you're a good person or you're a decent person. You're a moral person, which is why you wag your finger a lot. You Karen a lot. But Piers, you are of the devil. You are demonic. You, first of all, you're an embarrassment to the Catholic Church. But I don't think you're a practicing Catholic. So just get that out of the way. But you are somebody that is perfectly comfortable with suffering. If the suffering is uncomfortable for you personally, meaning if you see that there are brown people that are Muslims that are committing these crimes in shockingly disproportionate numbers, you would much rather talk about white people committing them because, well, that's where you're most comfortable. Because you know that you're not going to get a whole bunch of pushback from the establishment and the other people in the media if you shit on white people. You can be openly racist and hostile towards white people, but you can't be openly hostile and racist towards people that have immigrated to your country and have violated, in the most brutal way, your youngest, most precious gift of these children, which are your future. You have sacrificed them on the altar of political correctness. And you know what? There are people that say, enough. We're not going to sacrifice any more of our children to this cult, to this ideology of delusion and malevolence and hatred and stupidity and ignorance. We're just not going to do it. And you are saying that you think that's problematic. Well, you know what, Piers? I think you're problematic. I think you should be in jail. I think what you've done and what you've helped to cover up for is barbaric. I think it's disgusting. I think anyone in your position should know what the right thing to do is, and it sure as hell is not what you've done. It sure as hell is not what you've done.
So when people keep bringing up this, per capita thing, I understand the meaning of it, obviously, but there's not the information available to make that assessment in most of the cases. And that, again...
There is. Your government hasn't looked into it. You haven't looked into it. No one's looked into it because you've been crippled by fear. Somebody does look into it. You ignore it. You downplay it. You try to discredit it. Your whole media apparatus discredits it. No. You just don't want to deal with it because it's uncomfortable for you personally.
Again, I think it's a problem.
Right. But to link it back to suicidal empathy, look, the most fundamental instinct that human beings have, other than to survive, is to protect their children. So imagine that British authorities, whether they be the politicians or the police authorities, said, here are a bunch of children that are being systematically tortured and raped by a particular group of people. And when we're looking at the competing calculus of either protecting our children or demonstrating who is the culprit in those particular cases, let us say, hey, girls, take one for the team because we don't want to create Islamophobia. That's
true. Yeah, absolutely devastating. Oh, God. Look at Pierce's face. Yes, Piers and people like him have sacrificed young, innocent girls that have done nothing wrong. They have sacrificed them on this altar of multiculturalism because they don't want to be called racist. That is precisely true. That is a spear to the heart of Piers, metaphorically, of course. But that is a spear to the heart of Pierce's argument.
That's the suicidal empathy, notwithstanding the fact of what you said, which is, of course, white men also commit rapes. Of course, Jewish men also commit rapes. It doesn't take away from the singular tragedy of the grooming gangs that comes from suicidal empathy.
Chances are you've heard a lot of doom and gloom about AI recently, not least in the debates we've had on this show. It's going to take all our jobs, we're told, if not take over the entire week, Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. A fear running through authority that if they were specific about who had been perpetrating these hideous crimes as part of these grooming rape gangs, then it would cause enormous unrest, when of course it's caused a lot more unrest by trying to cover it up. And this happened at all stages of British establishment and authority. And I think, honestly, it was disgraceful. On that, I completely agree with Robinson. But I don't like the leap.
Oh, is that it? Is that all that gets, Piers? Is one line? That gets what? It was disgraceful? That's it? It was disgraceful, Piers? That was all? You had these grooming gangs on an industrial scale, backed up by law enforcement, backed up by the NHS, backed up by your government, and the word that you use is disgraceful. It's a throwaway one-liner, and then you want to get back to Tommy Robinson as though he's the problem. Piers, you are the problem. People like you are the problem. And honestly, you are making the situation worse. Because you are radicalizing people in a big way. Because they see the way that you talk about this, and it's infuriating. And if it's infuriating for me, an American, imagine how it is for people there. It is disgusting the way that you're talking about this. You acknowledge it in this minor way, and then you dismiss it with like a one line, and then you want to get on to Tommy Robinson. Oh, well, I don't like the way that he talks about it. He focuses on this problem. Why doesn't he focus on other problems? There are other problems that I want to talk about. Well, Piers, you can talk about those other problems, and you have, to downplay, but it doesn't mean that they have to fall into that line. Doesn't mean that they have to be a demonic subhuman animal the way that you have been, ignoring these brutal crimes, downplaying them for your own personal glory and satisfaction and ego. For your own career, you're willing to let these beloved girls, for a bowl of curry, Piers, it doesn't mean that they have to.
Many take, including Robinson, that the whole problem is purely Muslim, purely Islam. It's a religion issue, because I just don't think that is true.
Look, Jeffrey Epstein was Jewish. Harvey Weinstein is Jewish. But they didn't commit those crimes invoking specific tenets of Judaism to justify their debauchery. Many of the Pakistani Muslim men who were grooming and raping those little girls used the pretext of their religion to then argue, look, those girls are najis, they're impure. If we have at it with them, that is perfectly reasonable within our religion. So a bank robber...
But as you know, hang on, Gad, as you know...
No, you can't say that. Even though it's true, we've seen the interviews. We've seen the testimonies. We know what he's saying is true. Piers has to jump in because no, that's too much common sense. Too much common sense. No, we must put an end to that.
No, I mean, I think that's irrelevant. I'll tell you why.
Oh, really? It's irrelevant.
Because, as you know, the vast majority of Muslims do not interpret the Quran.
Oh, gosh. He's so dumb. He's so dumb. Oh my gosh, it hurts. It hurts my brain. A vast majority of Muslims do not interpret it. Piers, yes, they do. Yes, they do. If you, oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Like, this is shocking. Yet the only difference, Piers, you absolute mongoloid, is that there aren't more of them in your country. Yes, they do believe this. It's part of their religious book. But they're not in the UK. Like, are you actually pretending that this sort of stuff doesn't happen everywhere that these people go? Everywhere they go, they're the same sort of problems, Piers. It's not just the UK. It's not just America. It's not just Canada. Everywhere they go, it's the same sort of problem. You are ridiculous and disgusting and evil. You are desperately trying to create these barriers. Piers, you're just fucking wrong. You're just wrong. And you should be ashamed of yourself.
Iran to mean that kind of stuff. And so I would say there's no difference. If you're a victim of Harvey Weinstein or Jeffrey Epstein or these appalling grooming gangs in the north of England, you're a victim. And it doesn't matter to me if they've used...
Oh, the victim is a victim. Right. So these grooming gangs are not supposed to be here. They're getting backup from the local police department, local government, this massive collusion. These people are saying that they did this in the name of their religion. By the way, since this video, there was another story that was released of a man who was a migrant who had brutalized a 12-year-old girl. Again, it was one that made the news. Did Piers cover it? No. No, he didn't. Do you know why? Because people like Piers, they want to try to deflect and distract from this because these people are genuinely evil. Piers and people like him are of the devil. They do the devil's work. They absolutely do. There's no question about that. There's no question they do the devil's work.
Saying the vast majority goes against his narrative about white men.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? You see, Piers feels comfortable. He feels comfortable shitting on white men and saying a vast majority of white men, but he won't say a vast majority of Muslims in the country. He won't say that. He won't say anything close to that. He won't bring that up. He is genuinely a repulsive person. By the way, Piers, here you go. Breaking. A Ghanaian migrant and British Airways pilot, Kwame Yaboya, has been jailed for 8 years for the rape of a 12-year-old girl. 8 years? For after grooming her on Instagram? So here you have another groomer. Hey, Piers, take a good look. He's not white. He's not white. Take a good look, you fucking piece of shit. And he got 8 years. That's not justice. This person should have never been in the country. But you are such a loathsome, low-life piece of garbage. You would run defense and try to distract from this because it's too uncomfortable. I'm done with these people. But by the way, Andrew Jump, thank you so much for your donation, brother. I appreciate it with the £5. You know, we want to be the voice of people in the UK. You know, as an American, I have certain protections under the law that people in the UK don't have. But I'm just done. I'm calling this guy Piers Morgan out. He's been a sniveling coward for years. And you know what? We're not taking it anymore. We're not dealing with it.
Or invoked their interpretation of religious tracts, which many people of their own religion think the complete opposite. You know, so I just don't like the all-encompassing Islam is the problem, because we've got 5 million Muslims living in the UK, about 5 to 6% of the population, and most of them live perfectly peacefully in a law-abiding way, and they're fine. Why demonize the entire religion? We don't do that with other religions.
Okay, there are about 10,000 recorded religions. Actually, that's a conservative number. There are even more than 10,000. Out of those 10,000 religions, there seems to be only one where there seems to always be the misinterpretation of that noble faith in the exact same direction. We never hear about Jainist grooming gangs. We never hear about Shintoist grooming gangs. We never hear about...
You know what? You know the answer? Per capita. God, I'm surprised you haven't...
Guys, you are about to hear the most retarded thing you've ever heard in your life.
Work that one out. Because there are 2 billion Muslims. It's per capita, my friend. It's your argument. Let me now throw it back at you.
Yeah, guys. Piers is trying to use the reverse per capita. This may be the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. I genuinely, no word of a lie, this may be the stupidest thing I've ever heard. The dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Piers Morgan has at some point said the Oaths of Darkness, whose author is Satan and has allied himself with a secret combination. Coexistence with secret combinations is impossible. The only way to stop it is apply the laws.
Brother, thank you for your donation. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. I appreciate your support more than you can know, brother. Thank you for continuing to be a patron of the channel. It's just it means more. Again, I say it means more than you can know. But Piers just said the stupidest thing I've ever heard. In fact, I'm going to rewind it a little bit. And we're gonna listen to it again.
You know the answer? Per capita. Gad, I'm surprised you haven't worked that one out. Because there are 2 billion Muslims. It's per capita, my friend. It's
He thinks that he's got something here, and it's so fucking stupid. It's shocking, genuinely shocking. Like this is so dumb that I don't know how Piers ever goes on television ever again.
It's your argument. Let me now throw it back at you. It's simply because there are more Muslims. So therefore, per capita, they're going to be committing more of these crimes. Do you agree with that?
No, because Hindu...
Oh my gosh. He was so smug about that. Look at his face. He was so smug. Oh, well, do you agree with that? No, Piers. Because whenever these people leave their country, which, by the way, many of them are just brutally restrictive and have barbaric rules to deal with these sort of people when they get out of line. Like, you think in Pakistan that they're just going to tolerate this? No, they're gonna execute them. But Piers, reverse per capita is not a thing. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. He tried to do a reverse per capita. He actually tried to do a reverse per capita. He tried to say, well, there are two... my brain is short-circuiting. In the face of over 250,000 of these white British girls, that, by the way, that's a conservative estimate, have been brutalized. Piers is saying, well, it doesn't matter because there are 2 billion Muslims, and per capita wise, well, I mean, only 250,000 of these girls, that's remarkably low in comparison. I got to press play. That is one of the dumbest things I have ever heard. And you know that we've watched a lot of really stupid people. We've seen a lot of really stupid takes. But I think that one takes the cake.
Jews also make up roughly, maybe not a quarter of the world's population, but certainly a sizable amount. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but if we look at per capita, we would find that there's only one group that misinterprets their religious edicts into committing terror attacks, into raping women, and so on. There's something unique about how we read Islamic texts that always makes us mistranslate, misinterpret, misunderstand the beautiful, noble text in exactly the same direction for the past 1,400 years. It's a real mystery.
Well, I think there are extremists, Muslims, as there are any religion.
No, there's not. No, it's not the same, Piers. It's not the same. We know it's not the same. Who is this for? Genuinely, like, I think that Piers, I think that he has lived so long within the safety and comfort of this system that he genuinely cannot see evil for what it actually is. I genuinely think his brain is broken.
And extremism of any kind should be condemned, and they should be susceptible to the same law as everybody else. And I've always felt that. Let me just mention something you wrote in your book about Gabor Mate. Now, the full disclosure, we wanted you to debate with him. You don't like to do debates. Out of interest, why don't you like doing debates?
That's a great question. I'm always happy to debate someone if a priori I feel that both parties could potentially have some means of being swayed away from their anchored position if the appropriate evidence were presented to them, right? So for example, as an evolutionist, I don't debate young earth creationists, not because I'm an elitist, lofty guy who can't be bothered debating, but I know for a fact that there is no amount of evolutionary information that I could offer them to make them say, oh, you know what, Professor Saad, in light of what you just said, I've now changed my opinion. So there is nothing.
The Prophet married a 6 to 7. Yes, the entire thing is bad.
Oh, don't tell that to Piers. No. You can't say that. Let me wag my finger at you. How dare you say that? How dare you bring up the fact that that took place? That he married a 6-year-old and waited until she was 9. How dare you? Now, Piers is such a clown. He genuinely, I think that he represents an extremely selfish, egotistical worldview that is based around vanity. I think at the end of the day, I think vanity is the name of the game. I think it's all about pride, ego, vanity. I don't think he's a Catholic, or at least he's not a very good one. I think he represents the worst of the excesses of past generations. I think Piers is more than comfortable pretending that this problem doesn't exist because it's uncomfortable. And he thinks that it's a perfectly reasonable counter. You say, well, yeah, what about this other problem, though? What about this other issue? I don't think that's satisfactory.
Thing that I could ever share with Dr. Mate that would ever alter his opinions, and therefore it's a futile exercise. That's why I love speaking to you one-on-one, because you're such a charismatic guy.
Well, thank you for your false flattery. But I mean, just full disclosure, Gabor Mate is listening to this debate. And the reason for that is that you dedicate 2 pages in your new book to him.
Yes, sir.
And so we thought we'd talk to him after you. I mean, I'd have preferred to have had you chat to each other, because you do whack him in the book. You say this: Gabor Mate is a Canadian physician who has built a self-help empire on the back of his supposed empathetic and compassionate handling of patients who suffer from addiction. He argues that at the root of addiction is childhood trauma, but he goes much further by purporting that countless diseases are rooted in a singular explanation. This reminds me of Freudian psychoanalytical quackery, wherein all psychological disorders had their ultimate genesis in sexual repression, or the hysteria of the repressed memories movement. And you also go on to say that Dr. Mate, who was raised Jewish in Nazi-occupied Hungary, was a former Zionist who's since become a prominent critic of Israeli policy. You say this: Mate's infinite well of intergenerational empathy does not apply to Jews, though. He knows, as a Holocaust survivor, and you put the word survivor in quotation marks, what true trauma is, and he never fails to remind the world that the Palestinians are suffering a genocide at the hands of the Nazi-like Israelis. There is nothing noble about the Mate duo. Aaron, his son, is also a regular guest on Uncensored. They are uninformed fools engaging in malignant narcissism, masquerading as infinite compassion. Now, you may not want to debate him, but that's pretty full-on attack against this guy. He's listening to this. I mean, do you stand by the rhetoric you've used there?
Yes, I was actually trying to be charitable and nice in that quote that you kindly read. Look,
really?
Gabor Mate, yeah, oh yeah. I don't use words flippantly, right? So if my words are going to be immortalized in my book, if I say what I mean and I mean what I say. Gabor Mate is a Holocaust survivor in that when he was 6 months old, he was passed on to another family to be protected. But to say that you're a survivor when you're 6 months infant is like arguing that I too am a Holocaust survivor because I was a spermatozoa in my dad's testicles in the 1940s. A 6 months old infant is not cognizant of the reality around him. So there's no meaningful way by which he can then argue that because I'm a Holocaust survivor that suffered at the hands of the Nazis, I could tell you that the IDF is infinitely worse than it's a rhetorical device that is being used to justify his position. So it's in that sense.
What age? What age? Okay, but what age would he need to be then for you to accept that he's a Holocaust survivor?
It will be at the age at which your cognitive development would entitle your memory to have traces.
Well, give me an age.
Well, it varies across people, but typically most people, their earliest memory will go typically at around age 3 or 4. So a 6 month old infant has no knowledge of what happened to him during the Holocaust.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true. If you're a 6 month old baby, you don't remember any of that. You're not an expert on anything. That's for sure. Like, sure. Oh, I'm an expert because I survived this, but I was 6 months old. Yeah.
And there can be no impact of what happened on somebody of that age.
All right, we're gonna. They continue to go on about this guy. I don't care about that. What I care about is, what Piers was talking about. It doesn't seem like they return. It doesn't seem like they return to that issue. Seems that, yeah, no, they don't. That's it. That's the end of the segment with Piers Morgan, basically running defense for these grooming gangs yet again, downplaying it. Oh yeah, it's bad, but he's more perturbed at Tommy Robinson because Piers Morgan doesn't give a shit about these young girls. He doesn't care about them. It just, for him, it's an inconvenience because he's inhuman in the way that he addresses it. It's all performative. He talks about this, reverse per capita, because he wanted to be glib and smug and not really take it seriously. No, when you have this group of people from this part of the world, you have Pakistan, you have like Ghana, you have people from Nigeria, you have people from the Middle East that are immigrating. They're not integrating. They're not immigrating to integrate. They create these gangs, these circles, and we see it in America with the Somali gangs in Minnesota. They're not integrating. We did a video on Ilhan Omar where she's talking about her president was the president of Somalia when she has been sworn in to be a representative of this country. It is absolutely disgusting and egregious that Piers would betray his countrymen yet again with this sort of vile rhetoric and trying to blame it on Christian white men. Why do you feel comfortable, Piers, bringing up Christian white men when there are no Christian grooming gangs of people that are actively out there raping en masse, blaming it on their religion, and then getting support and encouragement and endorsement from the government? It doesn't happen, Piers. You made it the fuck up. Now be a man. I know it's hard for you because your wife cucks you out every opportunity. You're a weak, pathetic, stodgy man. But be a man for once in your life and actually do the right thing. Put your vanity and ego aside and start defending these young girls that have been betrayed by the media and their government and brutalized by these animals, these subhuman animals that never should have been there in the first place. That's why they're the focus, because the problem should have never existed. Now, I think if somebody in your country does violate that and they're white or they're Christian, put them in jail for the rest of their life or kill them. This isn't a case of, we only want to punish this one group. It just so happens this one group is committing the disproportionate amount and they're not supposed to be there and there's collusion with the government. There's so many problems wrapped up in this one issue that it would be negligent to focus on anything else that Piers desperately wants you to. It would be negligent to look at any other issue when this is going on. It's like, I have cancer, but I shouldn't focus on that because I got a hangnail. I got a hangnail, and I should focus on that because the hangnail is as bad as me having cancer. No. You deal with the cancer, you take the chemotherapy out, and also you deal with the hangnail. Sure, you deal with the hangnail, fine. But you definitely deal with the cancer. Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. All right. All right, give me one second. Give me 1 second. Let me get this uploaded, and we will continue on. I got a video. All right. Okay. All right. As soon as I'm done, then we got another video to watch. We got another video to watch. Do we want to watch the whole thing? I mean, it is kind of a lot, but yeah.
Mice and men.
Okay, give me. Okay, here we go. Brothers, out of nowhere, one of my #1 fan channels, Nicholas Diorio, or Nick Diorio as we call him, he decided to put out a video about yours truly a couple days ago, and somebody brought it to my attention, and I said, well, sure, maybe I'll take a look and see what old Saint Nick has to say about yours truly. You know, is it positive? Is it negative? Probably it's going to be mostly negative. I watched a little bit of it. I saw that he had a clip where he apparently said that he would agree with Denims more than me if we ever got in a debate, which, okay. Simp! Nick the Simp. Embarrassing. Anyway, Nick, listen, you can agree with whoever you want, all right? If you are genuinely that fucking retarded and that pathetic that you would agree with Denims over me, it just means you have a fundamental misunderstanding of, you know, pretty much who I am, what my arguments are, because that's a no-brainer. Of course you wouldn't side with Denims. But, I don't know, maybe at the time, I don't exactly remember. Maybe I did just decide, all right, guys, let me tell you something. Who knows? That'd be funny, but I don't think that's what it was, listening to it.
The old pop filter probably crusted up and fell apart from his...
Yeah, it sounds like a mic puff.
So, from his research that he had to do into Pablo Shibuya.
Pablo Shibuya? Oof. What an L. Pablo Shibuya. Oh man, yeah, no research involved in Pablo Shibuya. You know, I can't believe he actually said that. That's pretty funny. Now it makes me think of if they did a movie on Shibuya Kaho, they get what's his name? Pedro. They get Pedro Pascal. Yeah, Pedro, Pablo, you know, close enough.
But it seems like this guy is trying to turn it into something just for clicks and drama.
It's literally just touching the mic.
If that really is your highest aspiration, then...
Wait, clips and drama. What is your content? Turkey Tom is vindicated. Stick Hexenheimer.
Like, this guy, you know what's so funny? This guy wants to hate me so badly. Because, I mean, on some things I disagree with him, but, like, there are other things that he can't help himself, because it's like, I don't fit as neatly as he like into this category. Like, there's some takes I have he agrees with, some that I don't, but it's very interesting. He talks about team sports. Man, he would love for me to have different opinions on certain things, and I just don't.
Heimer's continued downfall.
Birds of a feather flock together. My
Yeah.
brother in Christ.
Yeah, let's see. What does he say about my videos? This is a while ago.
Your flock should NT
The
flying with
skeptic
those
community
birds that are
sticks
getting-
Yeah, skeptic community.
Hexenheimer, sticks Hexenheimer, she won.
Yep.
Head, she won head. Bill Clinton's okay, that's a person. These are people. Okay.
Well, I mean, they're all people. What do you mean? What do you mean people? Like they're all technically people. This one's on the Kino Casino. One's on the Ayatollah of Iran.
Kino Casino. The depressing state of the current World of Warcraft. My message to Chibi Reviews, bro. What is this? Oh my god, stop.
Oh, come on.
Dude, he's black on the left side today.
Negative stuff. You know, he shared it online that he had a near fatal suicide attempt.
Dude, we gotta have the extra context. It was a near fatal suicide attempt.
A really...
I mean, come on. He's grammar notching. Okay, a near fatal suicide attempt. You understand what I'm talking about. There's no problem there. Get over yourself. Get real.
Really,
bro, if it was a suicide, then like that. Okay.
Yeah, you realize how stupid this is. Now you're nitpicking. Now you're like henpecking. That's just
really terrible breakup where his fiance was cheating on him with his best friend, and his entire friend group had apparently just said, "We don't care. We're gonna keep game."
Bro, what don't we know about Chibi Reviews' friend group? Are they all bad people? Or, like, did we only kind of get half of the story?
With this other person?
I don't know, dude. Even in the worst friend group possible, you have to have somebody's going to take your side if you're not, like, a total piece of shit scumbag, right? Dude,
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what's friend group. I know what the girlfriend did is pretty terrible. What the best friend did was pretty terrible. Like, if he were that bad, why didn't she break up with him and then start dating the guy? Why did they cheat on him? You know what I'm saying? Like, Chibi Reviews, oh, he's so bad, he's so terrible. Why didn't she break up with him and then start dating the friend? Why did she go behind his back? And I'm sorry. I just look at that situation and I feel bad for the guy. Even though I disagree with him vehemently on a whole bunch of things, I don't think it was right. And I'm consistent on that because, you know, in the situation with Turkey Tom and stuff like that, it's not a 1-for-1, I grant you. But I don't really know much about Turkey Tom, and I came out on his side because I thought he was right. I thought what happened to him was fucking bullshit. That was absolutely despicable.
he took his girlfriend and then took all of his friends. And we're just never going to hear this guy's side of the story.
Absolutely.
Which ironically sounds like the start of like a manga or anime where, oh man, the protagonist gets cheated on and his whole group turns on him and they kick him out of the group. But then he finds out he's really the strongest healer, he's the strongest member, and they collapse without him. That is a cliche that is very big in the anime community.
I mean, it's possible, but
absolutely brutal. And we said a prayer for him on the channel because we want somebody like that we want them to come back.
Dude, he is just like fucking ripping ass, bro.
Back from the abyss.
I mean, that was a different video. Is he accusing me of ripping ass in this video too? I think he just got nothing. Or I think he probably just doesn't like my mic.
Back from the brink. We want them to strengthen their mind, body, and spirit.
True.
However, I'm all about being honest.
Oh, fuck. Wait. This could be Kino. This could be Kino. So he's like, listen, dude, we're just trying to help this guy, but also it's important to be honest about this. He might break out some fucking shit I wasn't expecting.
What do you mean you weren't expecting? I've covered this before. I've talked about this before. Like, I get it, you don't know much about me or my channel, but how is it that you've seen me on Twitter at all, or you've ever been in my live streams and you don't understand what my position is on this stuff? Have you really believed your own bullshit that much that you don't understand the stuff that I've talked about? And I've said over and over.
Anyone who is familiar with my channel knows that I believe that truth is an extremely important.
Are we lining up for a hot take on Mr. Chibi Reviews?
Don't understand why, because
just a regular take.
It makes him look really bad. And
yeah, true.
I'm all for going scorched earth on these really despicable, really terrible people on the left.
Bro, you can't go scorched earth. You have no land.
What? You fucking idiot. Going scorched earth doesn't mean that you scorch your own land, you retard. It means that you go scorched earth on somebody else's land. You burn their fields and you salt it. Like, oh my God. Come on. You don't have to have your own land to go scorched earth. Also, it's not literal. Oh gosh. I mean, look, I'm not going hard on Nick in this video, okay? This was a fine video. You know, he hasn't really accused me of any of the other malicious, retarded shit that some other people that hate my channel have. It's been a fine video, and I disagree with a lot of it. I'm not going to go scorched earth, but that is, like, genuinely low IQ, Nick. Scorched earth, I mean, you know it's a phrase, you know, it's a statement, but it's not literal, but also you don't have to have land to go scorched earth. Scorched earth is literally you burn somebody else's field. You burn down their house. Scorched earth.
Nicholas Diorio streamed about this last night, and after watching Nick's stream, I'm kind of fucking blackpilled on this shit.
Oh fuck, the switch just turned off. It's gonna do the thing again. 1 second. Oh no, is it not? Once it goes into standby, give it a second. Fucking switch turns itself off. I gotta fix that.
Well, you know what? I actually feel a little bit better. I'm not the only one with technical issues. I feel, you know what? I feel better already, Nick. I have technical issues. You have technical issues. We find common ground in that.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. It made the bleep bloop sound. Here we go. It's doing the thing. Or not. I guess not. It didn't do it that time.
These malevolent bad actors acting in bad faith, I'm all for going after them.
Why are we talking about Chibi reviews? He didn't do anything because he's a total degenerate freak.
But we need to have a standard. And we have to ask ourselves, what do we
like actual subhuman wretch
want for society? What do we want for our family?
And I think it's funny that he got cheated on.
Our communities.
I hope it happens again.
Civilization.
That's a pretty terrible thing to say.
And I think that there is a conversation to be had. You know, is this too far? Is this too far? And I just don't understand why Chibi Reviews would post what he...
Oh, wow. Dude, this is actually a fucking banger take. Why would you post this on the internet, you fucking idiot? Holy shit. Tactical Templar from the top ropes.
His armor doesn't change color, Nick. It's blue and black in the intro, too.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm going to posit the question to you, and you guys can maybe help me understand this. But we're gonna work through this. I think that what he posted was pretty disgusting. This isn't what I'm talking about. I was not sure really what Wincest was.
Yes.
But it says you can be arrested for posting this in the UK and be in prison for 5 years. They hate fictional Wincest. I've come to find out that Wincest is the word incest and the word win.
He won. He won.
So Wincest, but.
What?
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying! What is wrong with you?
Thank you.
I hate being alive! I hate breathing! I hate being alive!
Damn, that's great.
And that's
You
fucking
pulled this
crazy.
up expecting him to be crazy.
Yeah, good job with the donations. That's great. That prompt is absolutely annoying. But congratulations, brother.
Easy, but he's low-key spitting.
At that sound price, at that price point, you could pick the fucking sound bite. Within reason. Within reason. Jesus fucking Christ, thank you. Thank you. All right, back to let Tactical Templar finish his speech.
Incest and the word win. So Wincest. But this, I think, when he says fictional, it's drawing a delineation between the fictional and the real. At least that's what I think. Because I don't think that Chibi Reviews is
Tactical
actually
Templar spitting and shitting facts.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's not go crazy yet. It seems like he can pull this one back.
going out there and advocating incest, mainly because he's not Muslim. And
Dude, this guy is awesome, bro. This guy is crazy.
See, they all become my #1 fan in the end.
Advocating incest.
Dude, wow, I didn't know where I did not know where he was going with that.
Mainly because he's not Muslim. And, you know, he doesn't have Piker or Uyghur in his last name. But I don't understand why you would post something like this. Like, this is the type of thing, like, it's almost like a kamikaze, where you look like shit, and they still look like shit.
True!
But there's no winners in this. Incest.
Yeah, you just came out, cried, and started tweeting about fucking, like, incest. Yeah, I mean, it's an insane fucking thing that he did.
This is not
Yeah, so I understand Chibi Reviews a little bit better than this guy. In terms of Chibi Reviews, I think is one of the old school shit posters, in that if I see something is pissing you off, I'm going to post it, and I'm going to post more of it, and I'm going to post even more of it. If you recall, Sargon of Akkad got banned off of Twitter years and years and years ago because there were actual white supremacists and neo-Nazis that were, they were haranguing him on Twitter and, following him to talk shit on other channels. So Sargon of Akkad posted, I think it was like a white chick getting fucked by a black guy. And that's something that he posted because, well, that's me showing you. When at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, that made him look really bad. It made him look, completely unhinged. He lost his X account all to own these neo-Nazis. So he destroyed his X account. At the time it was Twitter. He destroyed his Twitter account. So he no longer had access to that. And people were like, oh my God, Sargon, he's the guy that posts like interracial gay porn. Or like, I think it was interracial gay porn. I think that's what he posted, which was absolutely disgusting. So he did a lot of damage to himself. It was like this kamikaze move. I don't understand that. If you want to own people, you shouldn't do it at your own detriment. And maybe it is that this is, he uses the thing of, oh, I'm going after the people that I hate because, it's a coping mechanism and he really likes this stuff. And maybe that is the case, that he really, really enjoys this. But the fact is, it's disgusting, and you make yourself look bad by doing it. Now, I understand some people are saying, well, he doesn't really care about that, but you should. You should care about that, in that if you're posting something that works against your interest and makes you look terrible, yeah, maybe it'll piss off the people that hate you, but it also makes you look bad too. It is the kamikaze maneuver, and I don't recommend it.
A winning issue, nor should it be, nor ever will it be.
Thank you for the 20 gifted, No Name Jack.
Even in fiction, there has to be a line.
Also, what he's not mentioning here is that both these characters are also underage.
Now,
I'm pretty sure that would be why you'd be in prison for 5 years. The incest aspect of it, I think, is secondary.
So one thing that I did want to mention in this is I found out on Chibi Review's own post on X, he did highlight something that I think was interesting. That the voice actress who played, I think she played Ben 10. What is her name? It's Tara Strong, I believe. Tara Strong. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm not going to take too long looking for it. But I think Tara Strong was the one who posted it, but it was basically her talking about the relationship between the cousins and her approving it. The reason that I mentioned that at all is because it seems like this was a thing within that community, that even the voice actress, even the person that was like officially part of the thing was involved in, which I think is fucking weird. I don't understand why they would do that. Let me see if I can find that real quick. If not, I can, I can just put a link to, I don't want to put a link to it really. But, yeah, let's see. Oh, here it is. So back in 2013, here it is. This is the official voice actor of Gwen Tennyson. Apparently it wasn't Gwen. Apparently it was somebody else. Tara Strong, 2013. I vowed to stop making out with my cousin. So this is a rather massive channel. Back in 2013. She voices Ben, not Gwen. Okay. So she voices the boy. This is from like the official thing. That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. I don't understand that. But I wanted to add that there because I wanted to add the additional context. I wanted people to be able to see that it's the degeneracy runs deep. Apparently, the official people that are part of it are also doing the same thing.
But promoting this, I don't understand. I don't understand why you would promote this as win. Like it's a win. It's
All right, we've done this already. We're not doing it again. He's 10. It's in the name. All right, does he become Ben 11?
Can I say something to you, Nick? I really like you.
That's stupid.
I think that they have a series where they're adults. I do think they have a series where they're adults. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Ben 10 refers to the 10 aliens in his watch, not his age. I could be wrong. I don't think the 10 in Ben 10 is his age. I think Ben 10 is the number of dials on his watch. He has 10 aliens he can choose from. I think. Don't quote me on that. It's been a long time since I've seen that show.
That's bad lore. Was he Ben 9 previously?
It's not a win.
What happens when they get older? Is it like fucking South Park where they don't age?
Can I say something to you, Nick? I
Thank
really
you.
Like you. Why?
But I don't know. It seems like people in his audience like it. But that's not even. Guys,
bro, that is such a crazy takeaway. The fucking fictional lolicon wincest, as he calls it, is on the fucking screen. He's like, well, dude, I mean, I guess some of his audience is like into that shit.
Well, yeah, because I'm understand. For me, this is something completely foreign. So I'm trying to understand it. I'm trying to understand if this is actually something that they like, or if this is something that they post because they know it'll get a rise out of people and it's not technically illegal. It's immoral, it's wrong, it's fucking weird, it's gross, but it's not technically illegal in the US, which I don't know if they're posting this because they actually like it or because they know it'll get a rise out of people. So that's why I don't speak as confidently on certain things that I'm not 100% sure on. If I'm not sure on it, I'm not going to use definitive terms. I know. Crazy.
No, Hebrews.
That's not even the main thing.
Oh, what's the main thing?
Let me just say, and again,
wait for it.
I don't know
Hebrews.
Wait for it.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking say it. He's gonna take a position on Lolicon right now.
I've already taken a position on Lolcow. I think it's disgusting. I think it's weird. Now, I do draw a differentiation that if you have a character that is drawn in the lolly style, I don't really have a problem with that as long as it's not sexualized. You know, I don't look at, like, I don't know if this makes me, different in the anime community. I don't look at, characters like Anya from Spy X Family and go, well, I mean, no, it's fucking disgusting. I don't know why people think like that. No, there's like for me, I don't look at anime that way. I don't look at any of the stuff that way. So for me, it's foreign. I don't look at it the way that these guys are looking at it. So I don't understand it. I don't get it. I've never watched Ben 10 and been like, oh man, I hope that the cousins. No, so it's foreign to me. I'm trying to understand if these people actually believe it or if it's something that they use as an attack against people, sort of going over the top to attack the people that are attacking them. Sort of using poison gas to gas out your enemies, even though it's, potentially dangerous to you.
He's going to take a fucking position on Lolicon.
We've talked about him. We've, prayed for him, hoping that he, uses this opportunity to recover and improve. But he posted this in response. This post angered people. So he's talking about this post. So here's Gwen.
Why are you doing this? Why are you showing the evidence of this?
Having a wholesome moment.
Dude, don't play that!
Because it's not porn. That's why. I would never play porn on my channel. That's why. This can convey what I'm talking about without actually going into the realm of putting porn on the channel. It's not porn. It's just weird. It's gross. I didn't understand. I don't know why you'd post that. It's disgusting.
All right, this is a risky.
Something to you, Nick?
This is a risky click.
Why?
I I think we need to. All right, what I'm going to do here
It's not.
is just that would have been funny.
This is disgusting, filthy shit. This is the type of garbage that rots your
Dude, cuts the screen away. This is cousin fucking porn.
brain that puts you into the dark space where you are.
This is literal porn, guys. This is cousin.
On the verge of ending your life. Like this is not
Can I
normal.
say something to you, Nick?
I don't. I don't know what the end goal here is.
Dude, this guy's awesome. I love this guy now.
This isn't a win. This is embarrassing, and it's disgusting and it's pathetic.
I recommend
Now,
watching.
This is the best intro segment we've ever done. This was totally by accident, not
Based
even
on who's
prepped.
on the screen. I presume we're doing Ultimate Big Honkers review.
This is my favorite intro we've ever done.
Recommendation for Chibi Reviews
I really like
was
Guys, I gotta tell you, these last two streams so far have been really fucking fun.
look, dude, find people at your local church and really make friends
Can I say
with
something to you, Nick?
Bro, stop watching incest porn. Go to church immediately. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Praise the Lord immediately.
True.
Unless you can roll 2 dice that give you like double ones.
Nah, even if you can roll 2
He's on
dice.
crusade.
strategy
Dude.
problems here, Nick.
They
I'll help
live
you
to
maximize
help
your
other
limit, right?
people.
Nick,
Even
you
if
just
you-
found a new
even if you
dono
can roll
sound.
dice.
Really do. A lot of the people at the church, you find a good solid church. The people there live to help other people.
Unless those other people are Muslim.
But like,
what would Muslims be doing at your church? If Muslims are at your church, you got bigger problems.
posting this shit.
Oh, come, dude, put it off the screen.
This is not it.
Oh, God, the jump scare.
And a lot of people.
Dude, this is risky, bro. I don't trust this guy to scroll down.
The audience are.
Well, listen, I'm more careful than you are, okay? All right, as is, Dante says, I can't stand the pup dancing. It's time for me to retire anyway. Thank you for the great stream. I can't stand the dancing puppet. Yeah. See you next time. All right, well, thank you, brother. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. What's wrong with you, little red atheist rat? The idea of church and religion offends you. I don't know. I don't know why he scoffs at religion. Going to church is some of the best people that are genuinely interested in helping you. Even if you're Muslim, they would want to try to help you recover.
Are like egging this on. And I don't understand. Like, am I missing something here?
The part that you're missing, Tactical Templar, is that his fans that follow him are into this as well. That's what you're missing. It's not.
I hope not.
Just an isolated incident, bro. It's a community cancer.
If I recall.
Yes, but are they like. So is it that they're actually attracted to these characters? Or are they posting this to be outrageous? Like, are they posting this because they know it'll get a rise out of people? It'll cause people to be angry? Like, Chibi Reviews has posted... I'll give you an example. Chibi Reviews has posted the engagement that he gets. From when he posts something like this, people are just fucking furious. They're mad. They go to all his posts and, he gets a whole bunch of views. He gets a whole bunch of impressions. And then he posts the money that he makes. So... I mean, is it a case of both? That he's doing it to rage people and he's attracted to this stuff? But it seems like, based on his responses, it more seems like he's doing this to get a rise out of people rather than he actually enjoys it, which is why I had the question. I don't know if these people are actually into this. I genuinely don't know if it's just his getting back at people with this sort of shit. That's why I asked.
Call Ben 10.
I just saw Keffel's tweet on Nicholas Diorio.
Keffels appreciated the shout out.
Wait. I was gonna click off, but I feel like we're now hitting the mother load. Wait.
If I recall. Ben 10.
Yeah.
Like, Ben 10.
Yeah.
They're cousins.
Yeah.
But it's like, all of this hinges on, well, it's not bad because it's fictional. Okay. All right. You're saying, well, it's not as bad because it's fictional. Sure. Okay. It's not a real person. However, in the story, they're a certain age.
Oh!
And in the story, they're cousins.
Yeah!
Now, I'm not going to go as far as some of these bad faith far left actors.
Fuck off, dude. He was right there, dude. This guy's literally got the entire board with all the yarn pointing at the thing, and he's like, "Now I'm not a leftist, so I can't read that."
Say that this is obviously,
bro. He was literally so close to repenting.
Done because Chibi Reviews is interested in children. I don't think that's the case. I think that a lot of people
see that. To me, if I'm repenting in the eyes of you, which by the way, I have many things to repent for, but none of them have to do with any of the content that I have in relation to you guys. But like, I'm perfectly capable and willing and able to condemn the shit while also adding in an understanding and a caveat and a bit of nuance. Because for me, it's not just about being performative. I want to be accurate as well.
Online, they just have dissociated fiction from reality.
Dude, you don't understand, guys. There's no such thing as online pedophiles, all right? The viewers and stuff that support...
And then with the bad faith, you know, we know they're online pedophiles. We know they're pedophiles. We read an entire report about it. 250,000 young, underage white British girls were brutalized on an industrial scale. It was absolutely horrific. We understand that there are pedophiles online. Yeah, absolutely. But the fact is, it doesn't mean that everyone is. And if somebody is engaging in something, I want to know. I want to know for sure before I make an accusation that is as life-ruining and damning as that. So, you know, I have the same position for people that I hate, like Hassan. I don't accuse Hassan of things that I can't actually see him doing. Like when I call Hassan a terrorist supporter, it's because I've seen him on screen repeatedly defending terrorists. When I say, you know, Hassan Diddy Piker, it's because we've seen Hassan not only tweet, but say on stream that he went to a Diddy party. Okay? Told the story about the weird thing on the screen of the little girl that he called apparently attractive, opening up Christmas presents. So I do try to be accurate.
Support this type of thing and show up under all your tweets and post fucking pictures of it when you criticize this type of stuff. Like when you get into a fight with Rev Says Disu and the most degenerate fucking freaks come and attack you from the audience, those guys are just, you don't understand, it's a mass psychosis. They don't realize the Lord hasn't blessed them to tell them that they shouldn't be into like gura fucking... I don't know, dude.
Well, or if it's a cartoon, then it doesn't matter.
It's mass psychosis.
Now you can make that argument, and apparently a lot of people agree with it, but it matters for your soul. It does. Now, we don't talk about the damage that
What is Gura? That's the fucking shark thing that Flamenco liked. I remember he called into Augie's stream, where he was just like an actual chatter. He's like, oh, Brittany Ventney has fucked up. He went after Gura, and you don't go after the top girl or something like that. Do you guys remember this? I don't know, dude. People are... That's the VTuber who talks like a child, dresses up like a shark, and then got graduated or something and left the promotion.
It means Gargura. And the thing that's interesting about Gargura is Gargura of any VTuber got mainstream acceptance, like on a massive scale. Gargura was the one that sang the national anthem at Dodger Stadium, which I gotta say, yeah, it is pretty weird that happened, but also at the same time shows you how big VTubing has grown, that you have a VTuber singing at Dodger Stadium, singing the national anthem for a baseball game. So that's who he's talking about.
I don't know, dude. People are like, oh, it's just so wholesome. He was like, it's wholesome. It's such a wholesome piece of content. Meanwhile, it's if you click on the stream, it's a VTuber like, clap, clap, and like making like childlike noises. I don't know. What is the entertainment value there?
There's a KFC in Yemen!
We missed out on a Caleb Hammer, Scott Schaefer debate. But
Yeah.
you can moderate Templar and Denim's fight over this.
Oh, I would love
have
it.
Oh, gross.
Ethan
Dude.
Klein watch money by the end of it.
Bro, I feel like if Tactical Templar fought with Denims, there is like a 70% chance, granted Denims doesn't say something truly retarded, I would probably side with Denims.
Oh man. Whoo. Woo, boy. That's man, what a fucking simp. All right, come on. What a fucking simp. That's embarrassing. Denims. God, get the fuck out of here.
I'm saying that because I don't know what her take is going to be. Somehow her take is going to be like, this is why Ethan Klein is bad or something. And it's like, it has nothing to do with it, like a Hassan reference for a Tectone video. But like, if she argues the talking points in a debate against Tactical Templar, I imagine I would probably agree with her.
To the soul.
About what though? Like just a general debate on politics? Like you think that you would agree with her more than me? That might be true. That might be true. That might be fair. I don't know. You seem pretty left wing. I think maybe that's fair. But I still think that's fucking funny that you would just be like, I think there's a 70% chance I agree with Denims. Yeah, Denims. Right.
Well, enough.
She's Muslim, he wouldn't talk to her? Oh my god.
I don't understand. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me not understanding.
She's not a very good Muslim. She has an OnlyFans. I mean, she was playing into that big time during the Ethan Klein lawsuit.
This culture that it's like...
Asmongold put it the best, all right? When you're talking about lolicon culture, some cultures are not created equal. I think the lolicons and the Discord freaks are a subculture.
I do think some cultures are not created equal. That is true.
That's not really on the same pace as everybody else.
But I find this disgusting. I find it to be absolutely disgusting. Now, again, I'm not saying that Chibi Reviews is disgusting. I'm saying this behavior is gross.
Chibi Reviews Twitter versus Denim's Tumblr. There's some ultimate review that we could
I don't think it's normal or acceptable to be posting images of
Nick, wait, hold on, all right? They're just animated characters. I know, because this creepy guy has told me that. So you can't get mad at me. It's not racist. They're animated.
Cousins. Who, like, it's a children's cartoon show.
Guys, this random chatter who's clearly jacking off to this very fucking like deranged image right now, has told me, I'm not talking about Tactical Templar, it's like a hypothetical person, just to be clear. Dude, this crazy chatter who's obviously jacking off to whatever the fuck this is telling me right now that this is an animation. It's not a real person, dude. I should take their word for it.
Do you understand that? Like, I don't know. It's crazy to me. Let me know what you guys think. Am I taking this too harshly? I just view this as degenerate. I don't view this as a win.
Dude, am I being too harsh? Is he gonna get burned by his chat? I think he's referencing that you could be arrested for animated incest, but not arrested for incest in real life. So I think what Chibi is going on is the UK won't do anything about actual cheese pizza enjoyers and certain people who have a particular relationship with their cousin, but they'll break down your door, shoot your dog, and bum your house if you happen to watch a cartoon that is morally questionable. Like, this is the type of person, like, on a list. Bingo. Like, that is a red flag. Because this is like the default argument, right? Like, they've moved off 10,000-year-old dragon because people realize that sounds like code for like pedophiles sticking together, and they've moved away from that into the whole they don't do anything you don't even want to protect real kids. You're not trying to protect real kids, man. You're just trying to tell internet hipsters that they can't watch porn that they enjoy, man. What the fuck, dude? You're not trying to protect kids. I'll burn your house down. I thought it said bum your house. It's the kind of thing Nuxtaku might say. I mean, if he would, he's a statistic then. Yeah, he's the type of red flag on that. They need to make Shin Megami Eyes, but for people who have written this exact line. Honestly, Chibi needs to change himself. Chibi needs to drop the Gooner stuff from the start. Let's look at the bright side. There's a huge diversity in thoughts and opinions on the right. Oh man, you've become a pixel police officer. Like, if there was a Shin Megami Eyes, this is one that would go red. You'd be red. I do think it's degenerate and bad, but at the end of the day, it's still a drawing. That's another one. That's another one. Yeah. Bingo. Found another one. They are also kids. Wait, how much you want to bet if I hit one reply, you're going to see somebody be like, actually, they're just a drawing. Fiction. Yeah! Yeah, I knew it. So, dude, they have to go tell on themselves. They have to tell on themselves, dude.
Hey, Nick, wishing you a great stream. You see the new dream situation?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Minecraft YouTuber Bitzel slandering him, and he is relitigating the George allegations.
Really?
He also called out commentary channels too.
Really? I'll take a look at that. Every calf, I will look into that. I'm going to have to disagree with you big time on this one. Stop going after people for fictional shit. Oh my god, dude. What is this? Nah, there's a difference between attractive women and posting porn of underage cousins. It's disgusting, it's wrong, it's weird, it's corrosive. I'm not outlawing people from posting it. I'm acknowledging that it's gross. We're gonna have to agree to disagree on that one, buddy. Bro, that's... Dude. Holy shit, dude, that is diabolical. That's
Right.
actually, this is a flamenco argument. This is a flamenco argument. Actually, we're gonna have to disagree with you on that one, buddy. And he hearted it. Oh, God. Dude, that's a flamenco statement, not a Boblaxian one. All right, what were we talking about? I had a show to do. I was doing a show tonight.
Anyway, that is it. That is the segment with Nicholas Diorio. Not bad. Not too bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's wrong about a bunch of stuff, but that's fine. That's perfectly okay. You know, it's kind of refreshing to see something where somebody doesn't falsely accuse me of something. I mean, he did a couple times, but not really as bad as some of the others. So, you know what? I give Nick credit for that. He was able to comport himself relatively well. Okay? But anyway, I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel. I'll see you guys next time. All right. Let me upload that to... Put it online. Let's see. What is the title of that called? Okay. All right. We got that one done. How about we play a game to wrap up the show? I think we're going to play some Breath of the Wild. Take that. Okay. Now let me... All right. Here we go. All right, guys. Well, now comes the time where we unwind. Time where we watch some games. Let me like all these posts quick, and there we go. Why do I do this? Well, because I like to unwind playing games. Yeah, I know some people aren't interested, but it's how we wind down a nice Saturday. And look at that. The gay guy is gone. Which, absolute W. So what am I going to do this stream? I'll tell you what I'm going to do this stream. We're going to go beat a Lionel. How you like that, huh? How'd you like that? Now, I need to unwind after some of these stories. Like, you guys, some of the stories we cover are absolute trash. And by trash, I mean the people and the content. It's draining. So I'd say, you know what? You know what? Let's play something fun. Let's do something. I haven't played games in so long, and the fact that I get to do it. Hello. Okay. Guys, we're gonna go fight a centaur. We're gonna go fight a horse creature. Okay. Bunch of crotchety old people. By the way, if you guys have any questions or anything, now would be the time. If you guys have any more questions. That's it. Okay. I hope you guys are ready. Okay. I think this is part 6. I think this is part 6. We're going to go and face a Lino. It says, did you hear Charlie Kirk's killer might get the death penalty? Awesome. Let's go. I hope so. That'd be an absolute win. Yeah, we can only hope. Yeah, I think that'd be awesome. I do hope that they go through with that. Yeah, we've covered the Charlie Kirk assassination on this channel multiple times. We've talked about his killer. We've talked about the motivation, the dishonesty from the media. Like we've covered all of it extensively. So yeah, I will absolutely cover that. I think that's extremely important to do. So we also covered that the shooter, one of his favorite games was one of his favorite games was 50 Shades of Gay. 50 Shades of Gay 3. Now I don't know how they I really don't know how they made 3 of those, but yeah, apparently they did. It's disgusting. Absolutely vile. Doyle asked probably one of the stupidest questions I've ever seen in my long time on this channel. That is a doozy. Okay. Okay. So I have to wonder what weapon. What weapon would be best? No. Yeah, I need to take a picture. We need to take a picture of this horse creature. This centaur. Got a jet, Pathfinder, 2E session night. Well, have a good night, brother. Have a good night. God bless you. God be with you. Okay. Okay. Looks like okay. Do I have any food enough to fight this guy? All right. Do we all right, how are we gonna fight this guy? Oh man, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Okay, wait, what weapon broke? Oh, that broke. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Oh, gosh. Okay, well. My shield broke. Let me eat a bunch of apples. Shield is also gone. Okay. Come on! Some bullshit. Come on. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. I'm getting absolutely mopped. This guy should be easy. Alright, you know what? This is starting to piss me off. Come here, little shit. All I'm doing is eating. He keeps kicking my ass. Come on! Little shit. Alright, what can I eat? I do have a fairy, I don't want to use it. Come on, get up. You got it, dude. Oh gosh. And I got murked. How? I can't. Yeah, I can't! No! You know what? Fuck you. Alright. Listen here, you little shit. Alright. Give me another chance, okay? Give me one more chance. Give me one more chance. Do I have to take another picture of him? Oh, come on! I mean, I'm getting my guys. I'm getting my ass kicked. Well, fuck you, asshole. I need to go cook some food. I need to go cook some food. I need more food. That's what I need. Blast! Oh, come on. Come on. Such bullshit. Alright. Okay. Alright. Now I'm ready. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Okay, well. Woo! We did it! Okay. Shield. Let's go! We did it! We killed the Lionel and we took his picture. We took his picture. Okay. Woo! Let's go! We won! It took us a couple of tries, but we eventually got it. Okay. See if there's anything up here. Oh, I got a lizard. What does this say? Jump at your own risk. I guess the quartering talk was during the first 2 hours of the stream. Yes, the quartering. Oh, did we miss the quartering segment? Oops. Did we miss the quartering segment? Oops. But when I'm done playing this, maybe we'll do the quartering segment. I thought we did it already. The quartering's so boring, I forgot we even... He's boring! I forgot we didn't do his segment. Yeah. We got a quartering segment to do. We may save it for tomorrow. Who knows? We may save it for tomorrow. I've been going at it a while. Okay. Okay, where... Isn't dude supposed to be here? No? I thought dude was supposed to be here. Oh. We're at the wrong area. It says, wait until Monday. Maybe he really quit Rumble. Man, can you imagine? Can you imagine if the quartering quit Rumble? Oh, man. Dang it. Well, why does TT simp for Marin from Jedi Fallen Order? Who the fuck is Marin? Who is Marin? Marin? Why are you gay? Who says I'm gay? Why are you gay? Oh, the Dathomirian Force Witch. Oh. All is as it should be. Oh, the white-haired girl with the pink face? I don't simp for her. What you talking crazy for? What you talking? What you talking? Alright. So, I take it it's supposed to go up there. Have a good night, brother. Alright. God bless. God be with you. Have a good night. We're gonna play some games to wrap things up, and then we're gonna go on our way. You know. Alright. Up the stairs. Okay, here we go, guys. We're gonna take on the Divine Beast. Let's go! Alright, we're ready.
Can we get rid of that ice? Here you go. All right, go. Hold on. Break that ice. Shock arrows ready. Somewhat. Must break that ice.
Okay.
Any shock arrow?
Here we go.
That's it. One more behind.
Shit. Ah!
Get those shock
All right.
Here we go. You did it, Link.
An absolute thrill. Wow, look at that. The rain. Wow.
Well, Link, here we are. Looks like this is where the real work starts. Best of luck. Nice job cutting off the water flow from this divine
What do you
beast.
mean, best of luck? Aren't you gonna help me?
Show the enemy no fear. I'll see
Wait,
you
are
back
you
at
coming?
Zor's domain.
What?
Farewell.
What do you mean? What? Wait, what do you mean? Why are you coming? All right, thanks. Take care of everything. Excuse me. What the hell is that? Why aren't you coming?
Finish the job.
Oh, gosh. Well, apparently the guy wants to entrust the entire thing to me. Can't be bothered to help me out. Oh, yeah, hey, go do it alone. Sure, yeah, I couldn't use any help. What an asshole. Can you imagine that? Man, oh man, what a prick. Very nice.
You're here.
Who are you?
I must say that I am so happy to see that this day has finally arrived. Now, Ruta can be freed of Ganon's control.
Guys, I think they're
You'll need a
ghosts
map
talking to me.
to prevent you from getting lost.
Guys, I hear the ghosts. The ghosts, they're talking to me.
The guidance stone there contains the information that you will need.
Woo! Dang. Woo! Look at that.
There are 4 terminals remaining. Don't give up.
I'm not giving up. Okay, is this the map? This is the map? Let's go. We got the map. All right, now we can move it. Now we have control. We are assuming direct control.
Good. You've obtained the map of the Divine Beast. You will see several glowing points on your map which represent the terminals that control Ruta. Take Ruta back by activating all of the terminals. Be careful.
Well, I think we're gonna do this Divine Beast. And then we're one step closer. One step closer to defeating Ganon. Guardian Sword. Okay, wait till this comes all the way back down. Okay.
There are 3 terminals remaining. You can do it.
Thank you. That's very nice of you. I think I know what to do. You know what? Come on. Bullshit. Well, here's that wasn't good. Some eyeball there. I got it. I got it. That's so cool. What's hitting me? Oh, gosh. Spikes.
There are 2 terminals.
Gosh. what am I supposed to do? Oh, God. Fuck it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Oh boy. Dang. Woo! All right, well, we got 2 left. Actually, we're gonna. Here. All right, we got a treasure chest. What's in it? An ancient chest. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it. Okay. I think I figured it out. Actually, maybe. Nope, definitely needs to be done. Definitely needs to be done. Okay. Look at that thing. Let's go.
Just one ton.
Oh gosh. Okay. All right, this. There you go. This. This. Okay. Now I need to go back to. There. We did it.
You activated. Oh, there should be a new. Be careful.
Okay. What's in the box? Okay. Okay. All right, boss fight.
one of Ganon's creations. I put up as much of a fight as I could, but it proved to be my demise 100 years ago.
Damn, it killed my girl?
Regardless, I believe that you are well prepared for this moment. I have faith in you. Careful, that spear has a long reach.
Oh gosh. Okay. What the? Okay. Halfway boss fight.
Careful, not much room to operate.
Okay.
Careful of its attacks.
Oh, come on. Yeah! That's what you get, bitch. All right, we did it. Okay.
Hello, Link. Because of your
Oh,
courage,
there she
my
is.
spirit is now free. And Ruta as well. Thank you. For I am now allowed by this freedom to be with you once again.
Yes, she did.
Since I am now a spirit, my healing power would be wasted on me. I have no need of it. So therefore, I would like you to have it.
Yeah!
Please accept Mifa's grace. Yesterday, I was awash in a pool of tears. I had nearly given up hope and resigned myself to being trapped here as a spirit for the rest of eternity. But now you're here. All this time, my hope was to see you once more. Promise me that you will not hesitate to call upon my power if you ever find yourself in need.
Will do.
Knowing that will let my spirit rest in peace. I must go. Ruta and I have our roles to fulfill. We are both honored to be able to play the role of support. We'll annihilate Ganon together. Farewell. Save her, Link.
Oh,
Save
she's
the princess.
really nice. She gave me healing.
Save Princess Zelda.
She gave me healing. It's a submarine. Night, Doyle. Damn, how do you get all the way up there?
Ruta, we found a way to be useful to Link, and the other champions, of course. Our job will be to help Link as he fights Ganon inside the castle, however we can. Using your ability to drain Ganon of his power is key to our success. This is it. This will be our last chance, and everyone's last hope. If we seal him away, then we can restore peace to Hyrule. And both your duty and mine will be fulfilled. Father, are you well, I wonder? I want you to know I have always followed my heart. I'm sorry I made you worry. I
Damn.
wish I could see you again. even just once more.
Yeah. We gotta go tell her dad. Say, hey, we did it. He'll be like, oh shit. He just popped in there. Meet his grace.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. Ah.
Ah. Ma. Hmm? Huh? Hmm?
Okay.
Oh. 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 Yeah.
Okay. What do I get? Whoa! Wow, let's go! Wow, that's a big item. Look at that. What does fish do? It's been said equip them to swim faster. Okay. Look at that. Look at how we're dripped. Oh. Damn. That's a nice looking get up. Let's go.
Hey.
Oh. A memento of sorts. Proud of you to fight alongside. You didn't do shit. Huh. Blind beasts are allies. Truly, I could never thank you enough. That's you. But has me, but it has that beard. Simply cannot believe it. Like, she really loved you, you know. There's no mistaking that. Even now, she is overjoyed to help you. Mm. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Okay, where do we drop? Okay, now that we've defeated that, we need to go. Not Kakariko. We need to go here. And this is something that I do. I don't know if anyone else does this, but whenever I collect a bit of a memento from the champions, I go and I put it at my house and I never use it. That's what I do. Okay, this. There we go. It's right at home. That's where it should be. So we recovered her trident, and now it's in our home. A good start. Okay, that's gonna do it. That's gonna wrap it up. We beat our first divine beast. Not bad. All right. I want to thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. I'm gonna wrap things up. We gonna wrap things up. I want to thank everyone for watching, everyone for donating. I want to thank everyone for supporting the channel. God bless you guys. God be with you. Have a wonderful Sunday.